With the stats that we've got, a C tournament should prove to be a highly feeble competition. We will recover HP and MP as this tournament develops. And given that it's a C tournament and we've got maximum stats, you know, I really don't think it was necessary to enter the tournament with full HP and MP. You know, by the end of the tournament, I imagine our HP would be about full, whereas our MP would be a lot fuller than it was at the start of the tournament. When we go into the final round, our HP will be at the maximum, and I imagine our MP would be at least 6,000 and something. The only remaining grey tournament left to win now is the S tournament, which unfortunately for us is the hardest tournament to win. But at the same time, we've got maximum stats and a fair variety of techniques. You know, I would expect us to win the S tournament pretty easily. So tomorrow there's only a C tournament which we've already won, so we won't be able to enter a new competition. You won't be able to enter a competition that we haven't already won, but nonetheless I will still enter the C tournament, because by winning it we will still put ourselves one step closer to 100 championship wins. So it's still progress. And one thing that does worry me is whether or not I have enough ultimate Digimon in the city, recruited in order for the S tournament to be available. And I'm just thinking about possible recruitments that are available to us, which could make the S tournament appear if it's not currently available. And I think this is my first time of letting my Digimon sleep. In the whole of this challenge, I think that's my first time of letting my Digimon sleep. Because I think that time is less against us than it used to be. I think there's less stuff that I could be doing right now, and I think, you know, I'm now more inclined to let my Digimon sleep so that I can pass the time, so that I can do things that I want to be able to do, like enter tournaments, make it up to day 13 so I can recruit Dramoljamon, make it up to day 15 so I can recruit Vegemon and then Moljamon. And, you know, I'm just resting at the clinic to pass the time until the tournament will be, so that until I can, you know, enter the tournament. And yeah, I was saying about, you know, I wonder if I need to recruit any more Ultimate Digimon in order for the S tournament to become available, providing that it's not currently available. And I know I said that I didn't want to make any progress with Factorial Town while I've got Muncymon as my Digimon. But I do wonder if Metal Mumemon would be a sensible recruit, because he would be an extra participant for the S tournament and also the battle tournament, as well as one of the version tournaments. So I am in Factorial Town, but the only Digimon who I am after at the moment is Metal Mumemon. I'm not interested in Guromon. I just want to try and get Metal Mumemon to show up. So I'm going to be grinding for Metal Mumemon. Okay, we've got him to show up. I feel like now is probably a good time to inform you that the reason why I haven't yet recruited Penguinmon is because I was hoping that by recruiting Metal Mumemon first, he would be the only Digimon in the city who I would be able to challenge to a game of curling, so that if I was to go to the curling area in the arena, then it would only be Metal Mumemon there. And then because of that, I could challenge only him to games of curling in the hope of getting a small spear from him, and possibly other items as well. It's a bit like the logic with the restaurant. I recruited Digitalmamon first because I was hoping that that way the restaurant would be available to me and that Digitalmamon would be the only Digimon available in the restaurant, but it didn't work that way. The restaurant didn't become available, not with just Digitalmamon recruited. And we are about to find out if the curling area is available with just Metal Mumemon recruited. And unfortunately for us, it's not. Like with the restaurant, I had to recruit either Miramon, Tyrannomon, Frigimon or Garulamon first in order for the restaurant to become available, in order to have any chance of encountering Digitalmamon. And as for the curling area, it would seem that you have to recruit Penguinmon in order for the curling area to become available and to have any chance of encountering Metal Mumemon. So I didn't achieve anything by delaying the restaurant recruits, nor have I achieved anything by delaying the recruit of Penguinmon. I will have to recruit Penguinmon before I can encounter Metal Mumemon at the curling area and challenge him to games of curling. I specifically want to challenge Metal Mumemon to win a small spear and maybe one of his other Digivolution items. As for the medal for getting a score of 10 in a game of curling, we don't need Metal Mumemon specifically. It can be either him or Penguinmon. It doesn't matter, it doesn't make any difference. As long as I get a score of 10 against one of them, I will get the medal. My reason for not wanting to do any of the Factorial Town recruits with Muncymon is because I wanted to do those recruits with a different Digimon, a Digimon who has Machine as their first nature, so that as well as recruiting Digimon and getting into battles, I would also have the opportunity of learning techniques as well, machine techniques. And with this Digimon, I would immediately get Metal Splinter straight away. That would come with the Digimon for free. And regarding random battles, I thought it would make the most sense to learn Power Crane or Range Beam and Full Power from the Guardromons in Factorial Town, and that it would make the most sense to learn DG Dimension from the Megadramon in Mount Infinity. So my reason for leaving Megadramon in Mount Infinity is the same as my reason for wanting to leave all of the Factorial Town Digimon, you know, the interest of trying to learn a machine technique. The Digimon who I plan to have is a Digimon who can enter Greylord's mansion, and it would make the most sense to learn Devolve program from the Tekkamon in Greylord's mansion, and then try and learn Delete program from the Guromon in Factorial Town, as well as trying to learn Pulse Laser from the Metal Mummemon in Factorial Town, and then that would be all 8 machine techniques learnt. But defeating and recruiting Metal Mummemon with Muncymon has eliminated the option of learning Pulse Laser from battle, and because of that, Pulse Laser will have to be learned from training brains if I was to learn Pulse Laser. You know, start off with Metal Splinter, you would get that straight away. Challenge Guardromons until learning Power Crane or Range Beam and Full Power. Then go to Megadramon in Mount Infinity for DG Dimension. Recruit Skull Greymon while learning Devolve program from the Tekkamon in Greylord's mansion. I would recruit Megadramon while learning DG Dimension, of course, and then, you know, I wanted to learn Pulse Laser while recruiting Metal Mummemon, and Delete program while defeating Guromon. But Pulse Laser can no longer be learnt from battle, but the other 7 machine techniques, well, Metal Splinter's going to come for free, and then out of the 7 other machine techniques, 6 of them can be learned from battles involving Guardromons, Tekkamon, Megadramon, and Guromon, and then that just leaves Pulse Laser, which can only possibly be learnt from training brains now that Metal Mummemon has been recruited. We're not done with Muncymon yet, though. Yeah, there are tournaments that I haven't yet entered, which I would like to enter while we have Muncymon as our Digimon, before I would then want to move on to a next Digimon. And yeah, I was, very specific with how I wanted to go about Factorial Town, and also specific about how I wanted to go about Greylord's Mansion, as well as specific about how I wanted to go about Megadramon's recruit in Mount Infinity. But it is a bit different now that Metal Mummemon has been recruited already, defeated, while we used a Digimon who had no chance of learning Pulse Laser. Don't think it's going to be possible to get a score of 10 from this. But we will get plenty of other opportunities. This curling match is just about the recruitment of Penguinmon. All we have to do is beat him, which we've done, and he will join the city, and then by going to the curling place in the arena, we can then focus on prizes, as well as trying to get a perfect score, and then getting the medal in response to that. Now, I believe that Dramoldramon will be done tomorrow, and therefore be ready for recruiting tomorrow. And tomorrow is almost 6 hours away, but I have a feeling Muncymon will want to sleep either on this hour or the next hour, and it's going to take a bit of time to get to where Dramoldramon is, and by then hopefully Muncymon will want to sleep, and if we let him sleep we will wake up tomorrow, and then Dramoldramon will be ready for recruitment. He's not done yet, so we loiter for a bit. Muncymon now wants to sleep. We will wake up on day 13, which will be 3 days later than when we spoke to the Dramoldramon. We spoke to him on day 10. It's now 3 days later, and he is now done. And we've only got 2 more days until day 15, which is when the rain plant will be available to us, and that will create the opportunity to recruit Digimon and then Moldramon. Puts us up to 82 prosperity points. Digimon, Moldramon, Numamon. 82 prosperity points. Skullgreymon would make it 85. Digimon and Moldramon would make it 89. Megadramon would make it 92. Guromon and Andromon would make it 98. Numamon would make it 99, Nanimon would make it 100. Right, I'm shortly going to be having curling matches, and I cleared most of the items from my inventory to make room for the prizes that I could win. Yeah, all that's in the inventory is the Digiachovs, which are needed in order to be able to have games of curling, and then the training manual, which is not going to get in the way. Ah, an S tournament is now available. Tomorrow we're talking about, not today. Today there are no new tournaments, so I think it makes the most sense to just compete in a D tournament just for an easy win. But tomorrow there's an S tournament available, and I imagine that Metal Mumemon's recruit made the difference. Here he is, and let's challenge him to curling. The first game of curling gets underway. Well, unless you include the match that we had against Penguinmon in order to recruit Penguinmon, then I suppose that this is technically our second match of curling. But since recruiting Penguinmon and Metal Mumemonn, this is our first match of curling, the first match which has required us to pay a fish, the first match where we are working for a prize and not a recruitment. I had to defeat Penguinmon in curling in order to recruit him, but obviously we didn't have to defeat Metal Mumemonn in curling, we had to defeat him in a battle. Metal Mumemonn is a tougher opponent than Penguinmon. Yeah, Metal Mumemonn is better at curling than Penguinmon is. Yeah, Metal Mumemonn is harder to beat. But the prizes that you get for winning against Metal Mumemonn are generally better than the prizes that you get for winning against Penguinmon. And when I entered the when you go into the arena and then you go into the room that either Penguinmon is in or Metal Mumemonn is in, and initially Penguinmon was the Digimon, and I had to enter and leave a few times before Metal Mummemon showed up, but he did show up and I challenged him, and that was without challenging Penguinmon first, and that does kind of make mockery of the belief that some people have that you have to get the medal for a perfect score in curling in order for Metal Mummemon to show up. So many times I've read online people saying that in order to be able to challenge Metal Mummemon to a game of curling, you have to get the perfect score against Penguinmon first. You have to get, you know, the medal for a perfect score against Penguinmon first in order for Metal Mummemon to show up. Right, we narrowly won, so what's the prize? Restore, that's no good. I'm after a small spear. We go again. And I speed the video up because for the time being it's not very significant. It's just me either winning against Metal Mummemon and not getting a small spear. Well, it's either me winning against Metal Mummemon but failing to get the medal for a perfect score and failing to get a small spear, which is one of the prizes that I'm after, or it's me losing, but either way, these matches that are being speeded up, nothing significant happens during the matches. You know, it's either me simply winning and getting an unuseful prize, or I'm not even winning at the game of curling. And as I was saying, the fact that I challenged Metal Mummemon to curling before, you know, without challenging Penguinmon, it does make mockery of that belief that you can't get Metal Mummemon to show up and, you know, can't challenge him to curling until you've got the medal beforehand, the medal for the perfect score, and that you have to get it against Penguinmon. I really don't know where that belief originated from, but you can see from watching this video that that clearly isn't the case. The only prize that I'm currently interested in is the small spear, and you know, it's good to win because I have to win in order to get a prize. You know, I have to win in order to have any chance of getting, you know, prizes that I'm targeting, but if it's not a small spear, then at the moment it's not a useful prize, and if I'm not getting a score of 10, you know, the perfect score, then you know, I'm not gaining in any sort of way. You know, so far, you know, nothing significant has happened. That's why the games are being speeded up. Well, it's a good thing that I had 99 Digi-Anchovies, because so far a lot of fish have gone to waste. But we are back to normal speed, and maybe that means that something significant is about to happen. Maybe something significant is going to happen in this match. Maybe we're going to see the perfect score of 10. Maybe we're going to see a small spear. Or with tremendous luck, maybe we might see both. Now my general tactics are to use my heavier stones first, because it's common for the opponent to try and knock your stones about, knock your stones off of good spots, and the heavier stones are generally harder to knock about. It's generally harder to knock heavier stones off of good spots than lighter stones, and so I use heavier stones first, because if I get them onto good spots, then it will be harder for my opponent to knock those stones off the good spots than what it would be to knock lighter stones off the good spots. Lighter stones are easier to knock about. And not only that, but it can also be wise for you to knock your opponent's stones about, knock your opponent's stones off of good spots, knock your opponent's stones onto the bad spot. And lighter stones are generally better at knocking opponent's stones about. Heavier stones are harder to knock about, but they're not as good at knocking stones about. And then when it comes to lighter stones, the opposite is true. They are easier to knock about, but they are also better at knocking other stones about. That's why I like to use heavier stones first and save the lighter stones until later. Unless, of course, I have a pegged stone. If I start with any pegged stones, then I always use pegged stones first, because where they finish, they stick, and then they stay there for the rest of the match, and they can't get knocked about, and that means that if they finish on a good stone, then they will stay there. You can see I did get a score of 10. Prize Omni Floppy. I've got 5 restores, 5 super recoveries, 6 sirloins, and 7 Omni Floppies. That's the prizes that I've won so far, and I'm down by 28 fish, which means that I've had 28 matches of curling against Metal Mumemon. I haven't been able to get the prize that I was after, a small spear, but I have managed to get the medal for getting a perfect score in curling, getting a score of 10, and the fact that I achieved the medal against Metal Mumemon adds further mockery to the idea that you can only get the medal against Penguinmon, and that you have to get the medal against Penguinmon in order to be able to challenge Metal Mumemon. You know, not only have I challenged Metal Mumemon without challenging Penguinmon beforehand, but I even got the medal against Metal Mumemon. You know, the medal for getting the perfect score in curling, I got that medal against Metal Mumemon. So I really don't know why some people think that you can only get the medal against Penguinmon and that you have to get the medal against Penguinmon before it's even possible for Metal Mumemon to show up and for you to be able to play against him in curling. I don't want Penguinmon, I want Metal Mumemon. Here he is. And now I continue to have matches of curling against Metal Mumemon. It's no longer about trying to get a perfect score, no longer about, you know, trying to get a score of 10. It's now solely about trying to get a small spear. The first game was speeded up because it didn't end with me getting a small spear, but this game, the second game, is being played at regular speed, and that must mean that something significant is waiting for us at the end of this curling match. I don't have any pegged stones, so I am, you know, going by the rules of heavier stones first. I had one heavy stone which I used straight away, and I've got 2 medium stones and 2 light stones. You can see I'm now using the medium stones and leaving the light stones until last, and I already explained my logic for doing that. I've explained, you know, my general tactics when it comes to curling. Oh, we're losing. Can't be having that. Well, we're not losing anymore. And he's only got heavy stones left, which are not very good when it comes to knocking about opponent's stones. I've got light stones, which are a lot better at knocking stones about. So it's all level, which is not good enough in order to win. If you tie, then you lose. You know, you have to beat the opponent in order to win. Okay, well I only need 1 point in order to take the lead. It's the final stone, so if I score anything, I will win. That's the match in the bag. And what prize do we have waiting for us? Smaller spear. The very prize that I was after. That ended up costing... that ended up taking 30 matches of curling. I didn't win all of those matches. I won the majority of them, but not all of them. It required me to use 30 Digi-anchovies, putting me from 99 down to 69. And I got the medal for the perfect score in curling, I got the small spear, and I got some other prizes which I don't care about, which I'm just going to be selling. I'd like to put the small spear where it's going to be safe, that be in the item bank, and also I can take all of my other items back out. We've got 4 Digivolution items waiting for us. There is a tournament waiting for us today, but we are not going to be able to enter it for another 4 hours. I think the easiest way to pass the time would be to head to the clinic from here, rest 4 times. That will take us from 6 AM to 10 AM, and that will be the time that the tournament opens. You know, the tournament becomes available 10 AM onwards. I don't think there's too much else that we can be doing at the moment. The tournament medals are going to be a massive pain. You know, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of patience, a lot of commitment, and you know, every tournament that we win is going to put us a tiny bit closer to getting one of the medals connected to the arena. Even if we're competing in a tournament that we've already won, you know, by winning tournaments, we are forever going to be getting closer to the needed target of 100 championship wins. And when we are in a position where we're not able to enter any tournaments that we haven't already won, then it just makes the most sense to just enter the easiest tournament that's available, just for a quicker win, a quicker championship win, a quicker tournament, an easier tournament, you know, a quicker and easier step forwards, step closer to get into 100 championship wins. If we are able to register for a tournament that we've not already won, then, you know, we will want to register for that tournament, because by winning it, it's not only another championship win, but it's, you know, a step closer to winning a certain category of tournaments, you know, having to win all of the tournaments of a certain category in order to get a medal. Winning tournaments that we've not won before will put us a step closer to 2 separate medals, whereas winning tournaments we've already won will only put us a step closer to 1 medal. When there are no new tournaments available for registration, just makes, to me, the most sense to just register yourself for the easiest tournament. Because there isn't really anything extra to get from winning, say, an A tournament than winning a D tournament, not if you've already won both types of tournament. If I remember rightly, there's an S tournament tomorrow. There is. Okay, it's very significant, the S tournament. Firstly, because we haven't yet won the S tournament, and the S tournament is the only grade tournament that we haven't yet won. We've already won the D, C, B and A tournaments, and by winning the S tournament as well, we will then be given the medal for winning every grade tournament. And not only that, but when you win the S tournament, there are 3 different prizes that you can be presented with, and there's one particular prize that I am interested in, one particular prize that I'm after, one particular prize that I would like to win. And because of that, it's not just about winning the S tournament, it's also about winning the S tournament and getting the prize that I've got my eye on. When you win the S tournament, I think your tamer level always goes up if your tamer level isn't already at the maximum, and I think you always get 10,000 bits plus an item, a Digivolution item, either the Digivolution item for Metal Greymon, or the Digivolution item for Skull Greymon, or the Digivolution item for Megadramon. I think Metal Greymon's Digivolution item is called Metal Parts. I think Skull Greymon's is called Fatal Bone. I think that Megadramon's is called Mega Hand. Those are the 3 prizes up for grabs. There's only one that I'm currently interested in. The other 2 I am not currently interested in. I'm going to go to Digimon's house and save, and the reason for that is because I am specific with what prize I want to win from the S tournament. Simply winning the tournament isn't good enough for me. I want a specific prize, and if I save before the tournament, then if the tournament ends with me not getting the prize that I want, then I can reset and try again and keep trying until I get the prize that I'm after. I can't imagine there's too much of a risk of us losing the tournament. I mean, it is an S tournament, you know, it is possible to lose, but with the stats and techniques that I've got, I think it's unlikely that I lose. Who have we got? Metal Mumemon. I would say that Piximon is probably the biggest threat. No, I would say that Piximon is probably the opponent that I'm most afraid of, just because of how easily he can poison you, not to mention the amount of damage that Bug can do, and the fact that it can flatten you as well. I do remember in the very first tournament that I competed in this challenge, I said about, you know, not wanting to use too much MP, you know, trying to reserve it for the other matches in the tournament. But when you've got max stats, yeah, I think MP consumption is a much smaller issue. MP will probably recover by about 2,000 in between each battle, and the fact that our brains is at the maximum, I think means that MP consumption is reduced by 20%. I think that techniques cost 20% less MP when your brain stat is at the maximum. That means that if a technique would normally consume 200 MP, it would only consume 160 if your brain stat is at the maximum, which is the case with us at the moment. We've made it past the first hurdle of winning the tournament, and now the second hurdle is to get the prize item that we are after. The prize item that I'm after is the metal parts, the Digivolution item for Metal Greymon. That is the item that I got. And we get a medal for winning every grade tournament. There it is, we've won the championship for all of the different grade tournaments. Okay, tomorrow it's just a D and A tournament, both of which are tournaments that I've already won. So for the quicker and easier win, I picked the D tournament. And tomorrow is actually day 15, the day in which the rain plant will be up for grabs. So we can take out the black trout because it won't be long until we have a super carrot in our infantry and then an omni floppy in our infantry. The metal parts is to stay in the item bank for the time being. And if I sleep here, then I'll wake up on day 15, and then if I leave, the rain plant should be there for us to collect. There it is. We now have the ability to recruit Digimon, and after he joins the city, if we speak to him, he will give us sirloins and also the option of buying either a super carrot or a hawk radish. If we buy a super carrot from him, we can use that super carrot as a trade with one of the Moldramons. We will get an Omni Floppy in return. We can then use that Omni Floppy as a trade with a different Moldramon, and then we can trade the black trout with the other Moldramon, and he will join the city, and that will be Moldramon recruited as well as Digimon. I don't know what experiences most of you viewers have when playing this game, but for me, Digimon is typically one of the last Digimon that I recruit when I, play through the game normally, trying to get to 100 prosperity points. Because the fact that you can't recruit Digimon until the earliest of day 15 is something that really holds me up with Digimon's recruitment, and because of that, Digimon is typically one of the last Digimon that I end up recruiting. Time for a fiery bird to take us to an icy location. An icy location called Freeze Land. And if you catch a cold, then you might end up with coughs and sneezes. And then maybe Freeze Land might become more like Sneeze Land. And while checking for an ice mushroom, I end up getting into an unwanted battle. So this time I'm not going to be running away, because I should be able to make easy work of Ice Devimon. I believe that Ice Devimon has a very rare item drop an item called a speed leaf, a food item which increases your speed by 20. He didn't drop it there, and from all the years I've been playing this game, I can only think of one occasion in which I have actually seen a speed leaf. Only one occasion in which a speed leaf has been dropped by an Ice Devimon. It must be a very rare item drop, unless I've simply had horrendous luck with my own experiences. I like to check that spot just there because I know that ice mushrooms... I know that there can be an ice mushroom there. In Friesland, there are quite a few places where you could find an ice mushroom. It's an item exclusive to Friesland, and I do like to look out for ice mushrooms. They're not the only item that I like to look out for. I like to look out for happy mushrooms, blue apples, dulux mushrooms, prickly pears, orange bananas, ice mushrooms, the list goes on. I do try to check the spots where I know that ice mushrooms can be found. Right, I suppose we might as well trade our medium recoveries for super defense discs and then make a profit from selling the super defense discs. We're not done with spending money in this challenge. Money is something that we are going to need an awful lot more of. We are going to be spending an awful lot more money throughout this challenge. And, when I'm in Friesland and I'm near the Moldjamons, I don't really have to go out of my way too much in order to trade the medium recoveries. The super defense discs will help with keeping my money topped up. Our infantry is looking pretty good at the moment. The meat farm has been upgraded so that we will now be getting sirloins every day, but we do still have giant meats in our inventory, and we've also got meats in the item bank. We will be needing meat for future fishing, and when it comes to feeding our Digimon. At the moment, we've got the choice of giant meats or sirloins, but at the moment it's just giant meats because I sold the sirloins. I don't currently have any in my inventory. Even though we can enter the tournament as early as 10 a.m, there is, I think, sense in entering the tournament at 12 p.m, because tournaments consume 6 hours, and that means that if we enter the tournament at 12 p.m, we will come out of the tournament at 6 p.m, and I think that is the hour before Muncimon wants to sleep. 86 prosperity points, Numamon, Andromon, Skullgreymon. Yeah, by leaving the tournament at 6 p.m, I think it will be the hour before Muncimon wants to sleep, and that will give us time to feed Muncimon, take him to the toilet or give him a portable potty, go to Vegemon for sirloins if we haven't already been given sirloins. Yeah, once we leave the tournament, you know, we should be very close to when Muncimon wants to sleep. Well, here we are, about to be faced with breathtaking opposition. About to be faced with tremendous ferocity. Or is it ferocity? I'm not sure. I think it might be pronounced ferocity. I'm not sure. Just ferocity doesn't really sound right, because you're basically saying thorough shitty, and I'm not sure that that would be the correct pronunciation, but yeah, we're going to be faced with fierce opposition. You know, if the S tournament is, you know, lions and tigers and bears, the D tournament, that's more like hamsters. The very feeble stat increases from Aqua Magic wasn't enough to protect Palmon from our Megalospark. Sucks to be Palmon. I got very scared in that battle when Alepmon did Muscle Charge. Who knows what sort of damage he could have done against us. What with Muscle Charge, boosting his attack by 30, putting it from 100 up to 130. We had a lucky escape there. So again, there's no new tournaments that we can register for, but the version 1 tournament isn't far away, and the version 1 tournament is the version tournament that Machinedramon is able to enter, the battle tournament also isn't far away, and the animal tournament is coming up as well. And both of those tournaments are also tournaments that Machinedramon is eligible for. I don't want to keep Machinedramon forever. I do want to, move on to a different Digimon, but before I do that, I want to make the most of Machinedramon. I want to well, I've already learned, all of the battle techniques, and as well as that, I also want to win all of the tournaments that I am able to enter while I have Machinedramon as my Digimon. We've won all of the grade tournaments, but those tournaments are not exclusive to any Digimon, but when it comes to tournaments that are exclusive to selected Digimon, I want to make the most of the opportunity to enter all of those tournaments that I am able to enter while I've got Machinedramon as my Digimon. Make the most of his usefulness before I move on to a different Digimon. The version tournament that Machinedramon is able to enter is the version 1 tournament. The nature tournament that Machinedramon is able to enter is the battle tournament, and he's also able to enter the animal tournament. All 3 of those tournaments are tournaments that I haven't yet won, and they are tournaments that Machinedramon is eligible for, and because of that I would like to enter and win those tournaments while I've still got Machinedramon as my Digimon. I don't want to move on to a different Digimon until I've won those tournaments. Version 1 tournament, battle tournament, animal tournament. I believe that those are all of the tournaments that we can enter with Machinedramon, excluding the grade tournaments, of course. The other tournaments that I'm getting into, like you know, these grade tournaments, they're all just for the sake of increasing my number of championship wins. Yeah, I'm competing in these tournaments just so that I end up with a higher number of championship wins, getting myself closer to 100 championship wins. The other tournaments that I'm going to compete in are going to be tournaments that I haven't yet won, and, you know, tournaments that I'm going to need to win in order to be able to get medals that I don't already have. Oh, take cover, we might get poisoned being against someone like Palmon. How will we possibly win then? We didn't enter the tournament until 1 PM. That means that the tournament, I believe, will take us up until 7 PM. And that means that Machinedramon should want to sleep straight away. As soon as we make it out of the tournament, Machinedramon should want to sleep. Version 1 tournament tomorrow, battle tournament the day after, and animal tournament 2 days after the battle tournament, 3 days after the version 1 tournament. Yeah, version 1 tournament tomorrow, battle tournament 1 day after the version tournament, animal tournament 3 days after the version tournament. Get those tournaments out of the way, and then I will be happy to move on to having a different Digimon as our partner Digimon. That will mean being able to enter new tournaments, different tournaments, being able to learn new techniques, different techniques, and also being able to make further progress with the prosperity points, you know, being able to recruit Digimon that I haven't yet recruited. For the time being, it's pretty much all about the tournaments, and that means that my actions are going to be repetitive for the time being. It is pretty much just going to be me entering tournaments, sleeping, resting at the clinic, entering more tournaments, and pretty much just going like that for the time being. I know it's probably not very exciting, I know it's probably repetitive, but there isn't really anything else that we can be doing for the time being. The tournaments are pretty much the only kind of progress that's currently available to me. So when I wake up, I'm, resting at the clinic to pass as much time as possible, pass time as quickly as possible, entering the tournaments, and then, sleeping after the tournament, and then doing more resting to pass more time before then entering more tournaments. And in between all of that, I will also be feeding my Digimon when my Digimon wants to eat, taking my Digimon to the toilet when my Digimon wants the toilet, getting sirloins from Vegemon when it's time for us to be given sirloins. Apart from that, not much is going to be happening for the next few days. And in fact, even for the past several days, tournaments have been the main focus. And, since we haven't really got any other progress in any other departments that we can be making at the moment, tournaments are pretty much the priority. Tournaments are what we're going to be focusing on for the time being. If it's any consolation, though, when we do win these last few tournaments that I'm planning on competing in with Muncymon as our Digimon, I will then move on to a different Digimon where there will be new things to do. There will still be tournaments, but there will also be other things, new things, and hopefully that will come as a breath of fresh air. The only two Ultimate Digimon in the competition meet in the final. And clearly one of the Ultimate Digimon was quite a bit superior to the other Ultimate Digimon. And I'm just trying to work out in my head if I'm going to be able to reach 100 prosperity points when having the next Digimon that I'm going to have. So the Digimon that I'm going to have is going to be a Digimon who has Machine as their first nature, a Digimon who is a virus type and can therefore enter Greylord's mansion. Battle tournament, yes please. I think we had 86 prosperity points when I last checked. Skull Greymon would make it 89, and we will be able to recruit him when I have my next Digimon. I'll also be able to recruit Megadramon when I have my next Digimon. That will bring us up to 92 prosperity points, and I'll be able to do the whole of Factorial Town with my next Digimon. Andromon and Guromon combined would make it 98 prosperity points, and then Numamon and Nanimon would bring it up to 100 prosperity points. That would be every Digimon recruited. So, providing I'm not overlooking something, I will be able to make it up to 100 prosperity points with my next Digimon. And just a reminder that that is going to be in the same lifespan. It's going to be in this same lifespan, this one lifespan. Yeah, we're not going to be fading away and starting afresh with a new Digimon. We are going to be remaining in the same lifespan. There is a way in which we are going to be able to get from Muncymon to other Digimon, you know, Digimon who are going to be needed for progress, but it's not going to involve fading away. We are going to be remaining in the same lifespan. This is the only lifespan that we are going to be having in this challenge. You know, it is a maximum progress with one lifespan challenge, and I'm not going to be going against that rule. One lifespan is all we are going to be seeing in this challenge. Sometimes I forget that Mumemon and Metal Mumemon have battle as their primary nature and not machine. Yeah, quite often I think of them as machine Digimon, even though battle is their primary nature. And I wonder if they're going to be in this competition. They certainly could be. They're certainly eligible for it. We're against Tyrannomon, but there's no Mumemon or Metal Mumemon. Apart from us, there's two other Ultimate Digimon, Wurimuncymon and Etamon. They will be, you know, the next toughest after us. But I imagine that there's still going to be a massive gap between us and them. think there's about 15 ultimate Digimon in this game, and a fair few of them do have battle as their first nature. I'm talking about Digimon that you can Digivolve to, ultimate Digimon that you can Digivolve to. Muncimon and Etamon, two of the Digimon in this tournament, they both have battle as their first nature. So does Mumemon, Metal Mumemon, and Skull Greymon. That's 5 Digimon, ultimate Digimon I can think of, who have battle as their first nature. I believe Machinedramon is the only ultimate Digimon to have ice as their first nature. I think Phoenixmon is the only ultimate Digimon to have air as their first nature. I think Piximon and Hercules Carbuterimon are the only ultimates to have earth as their first nature. I think Digitamamon is the only ultimate Digimon to have fire as his first nature, and then I think the rest all have machine as their first nature. Andromon, Vadermon, Guromon, Megadramon, Metal Greymon. I think they all have machine as their first nature. So out of the ultimate Digimon in this game, the ultimate Digimon that you are able to Digivolve to, it looks like the majority of them have either machine or battle as their first nature. After entering a couple of new tournaments, the version 1 tournament and the battle tournament, we've now gone back to not being able to enter a new tournament tomorrow. So I just had to pick a tournament that we've already won. But the day after tomorrow is the day of the animal tournament. Right, Muncimon is 17, about to turn 18. Can't imagine he's got too much life left inside of him. In my experiences, I would say that my champion Digimon usually fade away when they're 14 or 15, and my ultimate Digimon usually fade away when they're 18 or 19. Here we are at the early stages of 18. I have given Muncymon a chain melon in this lifespan, which would give us an extra day, but we have been a bad tamer at times. We've messed on the floor 15 times in this lifespan. We've kept our Digimon awake against their will for many days, not allowed our Digimon to sleep. Happiness and discipline's been affected by sickness and running away from battles, not allowing our Digimon to sleep, and these are all things that have that input lifespan. Happiness, discipline, care, mistakes, they all have an impact on your Digimon's lifespan. And I can't imagine we've got too much life left inside of us. I can't imagine it's going to be too long before Digi-Sea-Basses are going to be needed. If I had been a fantastic tamer all throughout, then maybe I would feel comfortable for at least another day or two. But it's the fact that I've not been a good tamer. And that hasn't really been so much down to choice, but rather things that I've needed to do in order to be able to increase my chances of being successful at this challenge, having to go about the game in certain ways. Having to do things in certain ways, playing the game in ways that's not consistent with how I would normally play the game. And it has required me to be a bad tamer in certain ways, and our days of being a bad tamer are not over. We are going to be forced to do plenty of other bad things in this lifespan, including messing on the floor many more times. Many more times. the animal tournament is next on the list. I think the animal tournament belongs to the special tournaments, and I think there's 4 in total. Animal, human, dino, and wing. The animal tournament, the humanoid tournament, the winged tournament, and the dino tournament. I think that those are all of the special tournaments. There are 5 version tournaments: version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, and version 0. Presumably there's 7 nature tournaments: fire, battle, air, earth, ice, filth, and machine. And then the grade tournaments D, C, B, A, and S, that's 5. So I make that to be 5 grade tournaments, 5 version tournaments, 4 special tournaments, and 7 nature tournaments. We are complete with the grade tournaments. Version tournaments, we are unfortunately just 1/5 of the way there, 1 out of 5. The version 1 tournament being the version tournament that we've won. Nature tournaments, we've only done 1 out of 7. The battle tournament being the tournament, and if we can win the animal tournament today, then if I'm right about there being 4 special tournaments, then victory in the animal tournament will put us 1/4 of a way with the special tournaments. Okay, well, Muncimon's last bit of usefulness is ahead of us. His usefulness is due to end today. This tournament, animal tournament, is due to be the last thing that Muncimon is going to be useful for. Waru Muncimon sure is featuring in a lot of tournaments. And I'm competing as Muncimon, and it seems that Waru Muncimon is featuring a lot as well. Any Digimon can enter any grade tournament, no exceptions whatsoever. Every Digimon can enter one version tournament and one nature tournament, but not every Digimon can enter a special tournament. There are a lot of Digimon that can't enter any of the special tournaments, and I suppose that kind of makes the tournament live up to its name of special. And also, while some Digimon can't enter any special tournaments, there are also some Digimon who can enter more than one special tournament. So, the special tournament is quite a bit different in that respect, that you've got like a version tournament and a nature tournament where every Digimon can enter one, and then a special tournament where some Digimon can't enter any, and some Digimon can even enter more than one. Oh, and by the way, we've reached the stage where Digi-Seabasses are now needed. We have reached what should be the end of Muncimon's lifespan, and we can no longer stay alive without the use of Digi-Seabasses. And after winning the tournament, I immediately went to the infantry and gave Muncimon a Digi-Seabass. If I didn't do that, then he would have faded away after the tournament. As soon as I... there was the text saying about the prizes that we had won, and I had to immediately go into the infantry. If I had just pressed X and come off the text, Muncimon would have faded away. I had to go straight into the infantry and give Muncimon a Digi-Seabass in order to keep him alive. He would have faded away otherwise. We are at the stage where we now need to be using Digi-Seabasses in order to keep our Digimon alive. Failure to use Digi-Seabasses will result in our Digimon fading away. Every Digi-Seabass will give us an extra 3 hours, providing we keep our happiness and discipline topped up. And we're going to be needing to, use numerous Digi-Seabasses every day here onwards in order to stay alive. And I'm not taking Muncimon to the toilet. Instead, I am going to Vegemon. I am sleeping, and Muncimon is now going to go to the toilet during his sleep, which is going to fill the virus scourge to the maximum, and on the very next hour he is going to Digivolve to Sukamon, he's going to Digivolve from Muncymon to Sukamon, from an Ultimate Digimon to a Champion Digimon, and as a Champion Digimon, Sukamon would be able to take Digivolution items, Ultimate Digivolution items. If Sukamon was to be offered the Digivolution item for an Ultimate Digimon, then Sukamon would take it, and that would mean Digivolving from Sukamon to an Ultimate Digimon, and that means that by Digivolving to Sukamon and getting Sukamon, by Digivolving to Sukamon and ending up with Sukamon, aka a Champion Digimon, it would then be possible to feed him a Digivolution item for an Ultimate Digimon, and then Digivolve to that Digimon, which would mean ending up with a different Ultimate Digimon. Yeah, we had Muncymon as our Digimon. We are going from Muncymon to Sukamon via a special Digivolution. A special Digivolution which came from filling the Virus Scourge, something that required messing on the floor 16 times. And we can Digivolve from Sukamon to an Ultimate Digimon different to Muncymon, by using a Digivolution item, and the Digivolution item that we have in our inventory is the Metal part, a Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Metal Greymon, and Metal Greymon is the next Digimon that we are going to be having, and that's how we are able to go from one Ultimate Digimon to a different Ultimate Digimon, Digivolve from the Ultimate Digimon to Sukamon, and then give Sukamon the Digivolution item for the Digimon that we want to Digivolve to. We did have Muncymon as our Digimon, but now the torch has been handed over to Metal Greymon, and he's now the Digimon who we are going to be having for the time being. He is the Digimon who we are going to be making progress with. The only machine technique he has is Metal Splinter, but he does have a few battle techniques, Buster Dive and Megaton Punch, and we are able to learn more machine techniques and possibly fire techniques as well. And we do need to keep one eye on the tournaments. What's available to us today is a handful of grade tournaments, including the S tournament, but I chose to register for the D tournament, a tournament where hopefully we will end up with an easy victory. Metal Greymon is the Digimon who I plan to learn all of the machine techniques with. He is the Digimon who I plan to recruit the last of the Digimon with, including Factorial Town, Greylord's Mansion, and Mount Infinity. I say Greylord's Mansion because we haven't yet recruited Skull Greymon. I say Mount Infinity because we haven't yet recruited Megadramon. And I say Factorial Town because there are a number of Digimon in the Factorial Town, who we haven't yet recruited. And as well as aiming to recruit Digimon and learn techniques, I will also be looking to win tournaments that I haven't yet won, because the tournaments that Metal Greymon enter is different to the tournaments that Muncymon can enter, and that means that there are some tournaments that Metal Greymon is eligible for that we haven't yet won, and I will be looking to win those tournaments with Metal Greymon. Just one thing to watch out for though is that our stats are no longer as good as they were. When we digivolved from Muncymon to Sukamon, our stats halved, and that means that at the moment our HP and MP is roughly only about 5,000, and attack, defense, speed and brains are roughly only about 500, and every time we digivolve to Sukamon our stats are going to be halved, and that does mean that using Sukamon as a way of getting a different ultimate Digimon will mean our stats getting halved. And I've come here for the Guardromons, hoping to make a start with learning machine techniques. All range beam and full power are the techniques that can be learnt from fighting these guys. My brains made it up to 500, which meant that I now have the enabled technique command, but from that battle I didn't learn any techniques. I didn't learn all range beam or full power. The Guardromon, who's on the upper left, it's very important to get him involved because he is the Guardromon who uses full power. The other two don't, and that means that that specific Guardromon has to be involved in order for there to be any chance of full power getting used. All three of these Guardromons can use All Range Beam, which is a technique that I'm after, but the other technique that I'm after, Full Power, can only be used by that one Guardromon that I pointed out. And you can't get into a battle with him by running up to him and talking to him. He won't battle you if you do that. He will talk to you, but he won't battle you. In order to battle that Guardromon, you have to get into a battle with one of the other Guardromons while the specific Guardromon is on screen. And if you do that, then the Guardromon can join in with the battle. Like that. What makes these battles more winnable is how prone the Guardromons are to hitting each other and inflicting damage upon each other as a result of this. They all use All Range Beam, and that creates a lot of potential for them to hit each other and damage each other, which makes life a lot easier for us. And as well as being able to learn All Range Beam and Full Power from the Guardromons in Factorial Town, it is also possible to learn Power Crane, but not from these Guardromons. I think Power Crane can only be learned from the Guardromons in the first half of Factorial Town. before I make any further progress with any recruitments or with any tournaments, I am adamant that I would like to learn Power Crane, All Range Beam, and Full Power. I'm working on All Range Beam and Full Power first, and if I learn those techniques, I will then move on to Power Crane. All three techniques will be learned from Factorial Town by battling Guardromons. In these battles, I imagine I've statistically got a better chance of learning Full Power than All Range Beam. I didn't have to do too much in that battle. Attack disc, but no technique. As I was saying, out of All Range Beam and Full Power, I imagine that statistically speaking, I've got a better chance of learning Full Power than All Range Beam. But if we are going to include Power Crane, then I imagine that I'm statistically more likely to learn Power Crane than All Range Beam or Full Power. I imagine Power Crane would be the easiest to learn, and All Range Beam would be the hardest. That's just out of those three techniques, of course. I don't think Full Power got used that time. which rules out any chance of learning full power, and in which case All-Range Beam would have been the only technique that we could have learnt, but we didn't learn that. We haven't had any joy against these Guardromons so far. I do have an order that I would like to go in, and when I say order, I'm talking about learning techniques. There is an order that I would like to go in with the techniques. I would like to learn the machine techniques in a certain order. That time, both techniques got used. And I've learned All-Range Beam. That's one of the techniques off the list. Yes, a reminder about the tournament. Well, the tournament's gonna have to wait. I'm focused on techniques at the moment. Metal Splinter came naturally when we digivolved to Metal Greymon, and now we've got All-Range Beam as well. And we are going to continue to battle these Guardromons, but we are now only pursuing full power. Kind of makes these two Guardromons unnecessary, but I have to challenge one of these Guardromons in order to have any chance of battling the Guardromon who uses full power. that's a fine example of how not to learn a technique. The Guardromon got defeated before he even used full power. Now, some of the machine techniques that I want to learn are going to be... I am going to try and learn from one-off battles. I'm talking about the battles that you can only have once, such as the battle against Guromon in Factorial Town, the battle against Megadramon in Mount Infinity. You know, the battles that you can only have once, the battles which often result in a recruitment or progress towards a recruitment. You know, some of the machine techniques that I'm aiming to learn, I will be aiming to learn in one-off battles where I'm only going to get one chance to learn the technique. Full power did definitely get used, and we've learned it. And with that, even though our stats are generally only about halfway to being full, you know, HP and MP generally being about 5,000, attack, defense, speed and brains generally being about 500, full power should enable us to get our attack up to the maximum or thereabouts, and also have the same effect on speed and defense. So full power is a really handy technique to have, especially considering the stats that we've got. Yeah, the stats that we've got are not fantastic. They're not bad, but they're not fantastic. And the one-off battles that I said about, it would be in my best interest to save before getting into such battles, because that way, if I don't learn the technique that I'm after, then I would have the option of reloading and trying again, and keep trying again, as a way of ensuring that I do definitely learn the technique that I'm after. I'm now fighting these Guardromons, hoping to learn Power Crane. I would say that these Guardromons are less advanced. Okay, nothing learnt, but the Guardromons in the next room are good targets, they also use Power Crane. And yeah, I would say the Guardromons in the first half of the Factorial Town are less advanced when it comes to the techniques that they use. They use Megaton Punch and Prominence Beam just like the Guardromons in the later half of Factorial Town, but then these Guardromons use Power Crane and not All Range Beam, whereas the other Guardromons, they use All Range Beam and not Power Crane. There is also the one Guardromon who uses full power. Power Crane learned, only took 2 tries. We now have half of the machine techniques: Metal Splinter, All Range Beam, Full Power, and Power Crane. And I did want to... well, I knew Metal Splinter would come free with Metal Greymon, but after that, I did want to... I did then want Power Crane, All Range Beam and Full Power to be the next machine techniques that I would learn, and I wanted to learn them against the Guardromons in Factorial Town in random battles. I wanted to have random battles against the Guardromons in Factorial Town and learn Power Crane, All Range Beam and Full Power from them before then considering any of the other machine techniques. The other techniques being DG Dimension, Devolve Program, Delete Program, and Pulse Laser. With the first hurdle overcome, the first hurdle of machine techniques that is, I thought that now would be a good time to get the tournament out of the way. Just a D tournament, of course. Something useful about the tournaments is that they should help to reduce the number of Digi-Seabasses which we are going to need to use in order to keep our Digimon alive each day. Because when you enter a tournament, when you finish the tournament, it's possible to go straight into the infantry and give your Digimon a Digi-Seabass. If you go straight into, like, when you finish a tournament, even though even if you're meant to fade away as soon as the tournament finishes, when you're like presented with the prize and you press X, if you're really quick to press the infantry button, then you can go into the infantry and then give a Digi-Seabass to your Digimon, and then your Digimon won't fade away. You'll have another 3 hours from the moment that you gave your Digimon the Digi-C-Bass. We entered this tournament, and tournaments go on for 6 hours, and that means that Metal Greymon is due to fade away after the tournament. You know, we entered the tournament with him being less than 6 hours away from fading away, but it would be possible to give him a Digi-C-Bass straight after the tournament, and then he'll be fine for another 3 hours, and we can continue to keep him alive. Like that. We managed to go into the infantry, and by giving him a Digi-C-Bass, we will keep him alive. There's nothing new to enter, so it will just have to be a D tournament. If you enter the tournament and your Digimon is due to fade away on the next hour, the tournament will bring you forward by 6 hours, and you can then give your Digimon a Digi-C-Bass straight after the tournament and keep your Digimon alive. And it works out, well, in that instance that I just gave you, it would work out that you would get 6 free hours, if that makes sense. Because you were meant to fade away on the next hour, and you would have to have used Digi-C-Basses to keep your Digimon alive. But you entered a tournament, 6 hours went by, then you used a Digi-C-Bass straight after the tournament, and it works out that you ended up getting 5 or 6 hours for free, because your Digimon would still be alive like 5 or 6 hours later. You know, you would give it a Digi-C-Bass, get another 3 hours, but those 6 hours that were consumed in the tournament, if it wasn't for the tournament, then you would have had to have used Digi-C-Basses to keep your Digimon alive, but the tournament enabled you to live for those 6 hours without the need of Digi-C-Basses. You enter a tournament, 6 hours goes by, you use a Digi-C-Bass straight after the tournament, add on another 3 hours, 6 hours plus 3 hours, you're roughly getting 9 hours or thereabouts from just one Digi-C-Bass. And that's something which is going to be helpful in this challenge, because it will reduce the number of Digi-C-Basses that we are going to need to use. For as long as we are competing in tournaments, this is something that I want to take advantage of, because it will enable us to get away with not needing to use as many Digi-C-Basses per day in order to keep our Digimon alive. I think we would need 5 or 6 Digi-C-Basses in order to stay alive for an extra day, but with the tournament, I think that we would only need a maximum of 4 Digi-C-Basses to get through each day. It might even be possible to get through the day with less than 4 Digi-C-Basses. And it's not like we're creating an inconvenience by competing in the tournaments, because we need to be competing in the tournaments, because there are medals that we need to get, which can only be earned by competing in these tournaments. Having learned Metal Splinter, Full Power, Power Crane, and or Range Beam, I've come to Mount Infinity for the battle against Megadramon, but it's not just about defeating and recruiting Megadramon, it's also about learning DG Dimension. That is the next technique that I am after. I need to defeat Megadramon and learn DG Dimension, and I've come to Mount Infinity with Metal Greymon wanting to sleep. I am sleeping next to Megadramon, giving me the opportunity to save, an opportunity that I've taken, and now I can go straight to Megadramon and battle him. And if I'm unsuccessful with learning DG Dimension, then it's very easy to reload and try again. When I resume, I will be right next to Megadramon. I won't have to travel far at all in order to get another battle against him. Megadramon defeated, attack chip dropped, DG Dimension learned. It did take more than just one try. You know, I did have to, reset. I did have to reload and have more than one try, but we've got DG Dimension added to the list of machine techniques which have been learned. When I was battling the Guardromons, I said that I have a specific order with how I would like to go about learning the machine techniques. Metal Splinter coming first, and that came just from Digivolving to Metal Greymon. And then the next step was to learn Power Crane, or Range Beam, and Full Power from the Guardromons. I think Full Power can... but if you're going to learn Full Power from battles, then I think that Full Power can only be learned from the Guardromons in Factorial Town. All Range Beam and Full Power, they are not exclusive to the Guardromons in Factorial Town. There are other ways of learning those techniques, so other Digimon that you could learn the techniques from. but I think we are talking about one-off battles. With the Guardromons, there was the option of just battling them over and over again until eventually learning the techniques that I was after. I then went to Mount Infinity for Megadramon to learn DG Dimension, as well as recruiting Megadramon. Now I'm going to Greylord's Mansion to recruit Skull Greymon, but I've also set out to learn Devolve Program from the Tekkamon, who you have to battle shortly before battling Skull Greymon. The Tekkamon does also use full power, but I don't. But I specifically want to learn Devolve Program from the Tekkamon, and that's why I ensured that I had already learned full power. That way there's no risk of full power interfering with our attempts to learn Devolve Program. You know, if I battled the Tekkamon without already learning full power, then there would be the risk of me learning full power against him, and that would interfere with learning Devolve Program. But with full power already learned, Devolve Program is the only technique that can be learnt from the Tekkamon. So there's no risk of any technique interfering. Either we are going to learn Devolve Program or we're not going to learn any technique. But I'm not going to settle with failing to learn Devolve Program. Once I have the scene with Devimon, I will then return to the city to save, and then from the city I will return to Greylord's Mansion, battle the Tekkamon, and if I don't learn Devolve Program, then I will reload and try again, and I will keep battling him until I eventually learn Devolve Program. We are about to have the scene with Devimon, and for the last time in this challenge, there's a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing. There it is, and like with the other scenarios, I speeded the video up, making it brief for you viewers. Now I'm returning to the city to save at Digimon's house before returning to Greylord's Mansion. while it can be a pain learning techniques from battles, I do think that learning techniques from battles is generally less of a pain than learning techniques from brain training. And, at least by, learning these techniques from battles, it is saving us the trouble of having to learn them from brain training, which I think would prove to be more of a hassle than learning them from battles. The way I'm going about the game, it's not going to be possible to learn every technique from battles. I mean, it is possible, I think, to learn every technique in the game without the need of training brains. But in this challenge, I'm going about the game in a way where I will need brain training for a bit of technique learning. Devolve program did get used, and it's been learned, and fortunately for us that only took one try. I was saying about techniques, it is definitely possible to go about the game in a way where you can learn every technique and without needing to train brains, because back in 2015 I did a no gym, no stat boosted items challenge, and in that challenge I made it up to 15 medals, and that meant learning every technique, and that was without using the gym at all. I learned every technique, but didn't learn any of the techniques from training brains. In this challenge, though, I've gone about the game in a different way, so that, I won't be able to learn every technique from battles. Brain training will be needed for a bit of learning techniques. if I work it out, we've got Metal Splinter, All Range Beam, Full Power, Power Crane, DG Dimension, Devolve Program. That just leaves Delete Program and Pulse Laser. And I wanted to learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mummemon. I think he is the only Digimon that Pulse Laser can be learned from. But I defeated him when I had Muncymon as my Digimon, and I knew full well about the complication that would carry. I knew that it would mean not being able to learn Pulse Laser from battles, and I will have to rely on brain training to learn Pulse Laser. As for Delete Program, my aim is to learn that from Guromon. He uses Delete Program. He does also use Devolve Program and DG Dimension, which could complicate things. If I was to battle Guromon without already knowing DG Dimension and Devolve Program, then there would be the risk of me learning one of those techniques instead of learning Delete Program. There would be the risk of, though one of those techniques interfering with our efforts to learn Delete Program. But since I have already learned DG Dimension from Megadramon and Devolve Program from Tekkamon, the only technique that we can learn from Guromon is Delete Program. And if I did do the game in a way where I would have been trying to learn Pulse Laser against Metal Mummemon, then the other techniques that Metal Mummemon uses are Metal Splinter and or Range Beam. Metal Splinter, comes for free with any machine Digimon, any Digimon who has machine as their first nature. They always instinctively learn Metal Splinter. But if I had set out to learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mummemon, then it would have been paramount to have learnt All Range Beam beforehand to stop All Range Beam interfering with any attempts to learn Pulse Laser. And we learned All Range Beam from the Guardromons. So yes, you have to learn Devolve Program from the Tekkamon, which means that it's wise to learn Full Power from a different Digimon beforehand, ideally one of the Guardromon that you can learn Full Power from. You need to learn Delete Program from Guromon, and ideally learn Devolve Program first from the Tekkamon, and learn DG Dimension first from the Megadramon, and learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mummemon, and ideally learn All Range Beam first, ideally from one of the Guardromons in Factorial Town, and make sure that you're using a Digimon who has machine as their first nature, so that they will already have Metal Splinter. defense chip, and delete program. It'd be nice if the Guromon doesn't collapse in a way where I can't get to the defense chip. Okay, wish granted. And now I need to go from here to the Andromon. And this did take more than one try. The first attempt was unsuccessful, and that meant having to reload and try again. If you are going to complete the game in a way where you learn every technique, and without learning any of those techniques from training brains, then there are a handful of techniques which specifically have to be learnt from one individual Digimon. Devolve program has to be learned from the Tekkamon in Greylord's Mansion. Delete program has to be learned from the Guromon in Factorial Town. Pulse laser has to be learned from the Metal Mummemon in Factorial Town. DG Dimension has to be learned from the Machinedramon in Mount Infinity, and Infinity Burn has to be learned from the Metal Greymon in Mount Infinity. And those are all Digimon you only get one chance to battle, and that means that you have to ensure that you learn those techniques when you have the one-off battle against those Digimon, otherwise brain training will be needed. We didn't learn Pulse Laser from Metal Mummemon, nor did we learn Infinity Burn from Metal Greymon, and that means that those are two techniques which now can only be learned by training brains. We were at 92 prosperity points. Numamon will make it 93. And later on, Andromon will make it 96, Guromon will make it 99, Nanimon will make it 100. That will be every Digimon recruited. We have to go back to Andromon and speak to him. We won't be able to recruit him there and then, but if we speak to him and leave Factorial Town and come back later, we will be able to recruit Andromon, and we will also be able to recruit Guromon, and also Nanimon will be in the sewer. If we speak to him, then that will mean that we would have spoke to him at all of his locations. He will join the city, and he will drop the accessory which enables us to carry 30 items instead of 20. We have 7 of the 8 machine techniques. The only one that we are missing is Pulse Laser. That can only be learned by training brains, and Metal Greymon is as good a Digimon as any because he has machine as his first nature, and therefore has a better chance of learning it than a Digimon who has Pulse Laser as their than with a Digimon who has machine as their second nature or third nature. Okay, Numamon is here at the secret item shop. Don't need the attack disc. Don't need the double flop. Don't need the super defense disc. I have a feeling the enemy bow increases the chances of other Digimon joining into battles against you. Like when you are approached by a Digimon and there are other Digimon on screen, I think that there's a better chance of the Digimon on screen choosing to battle you if you have the enemy bow, whereas the enemy Repel, I think, does the opposite. And since we are going to need to rely very heavily on battles in the interest of learning techniques, I think that the enemy bow could be a useful item if I have correctly understood the function that it has. Because we're going to need to get into a lot more battles throughout this challenge when it comes to learning more techniques. And I'm generally going to want Digimon to be choosing to participate in battles rather than choosing to flee. The recruitments that we made and the battles that we got into and the techniques that we learned, it may have offered a bit of a break from the tournaments, but we can't ignore the tournaments. We still need to be competing in them, and I think now we are coming closer to a stage where it's now going to be mostly about tournaments again. I regret to say that, from here onwards, while we've got Metal Greymon as our Digimon, it is mostly going to be about tournaments now. As well as we don't need to worry about the grade tournaments. We've already won all of those tournaments. But when it comes to other tournaments, tournaments that not any Digimon is eligible for, we do need to consider, what Metal Greymon can offer us. Tournaments that Metal Greymon can enter that not any Digimon can enter. When we had Muncymon, we competed in the battle tournament. That was the nature tournament that Muncymon was able to enter. Metal Greymon, having Machine as his first nature, the nature tournament that he will be able to compete in is the Machine tournament, a tournament that we haven't yet won. The version tournament that Metal Greymon is eligible for, I think, is the version 1 tournament, which we've already won. We won it with Muncymon, and there would be no value in winning the version 1 tournament since we've already won it. As for special tournaments, Metal Greymon should be able to enter the Dino tournament, a tournament we haven't yet won, and it would be very important that we do compete in the Dino tournament with Metal Greymon if we are able to, and I imagine that he would also be eligible for the Wing tournament, which is another tournament we haven't yet won, although we don't have to rely on Metal Greymon for that, because there are other Digimon I'm going to be having in this challenge, other Ultimate Digimon who will also be able to compete in the Wing tournament, and that takes away the need to rely on Metal Greymon for the Wing tournament, but I think there is a need to rely on Metal Greymon for the Machine tournament and the Dino tournament, because I'm not sure if we're going to be having any other Digimon who will be able to compete in those tournaments. If I hadn't already won the version 1 tournament, then I would compete in that as well with Metal Greymon, but we won it with Muncymon. As far as the version tournaments are concerned, Metal Greymon can't offer us anything. When I had Muncymon as my Digimon, I moved on to a different Digimon by filling the Virus Gorge, Digivolving to Sukamon, and then using a Digivolution item to Digivolve to a different Ultimate Digimon. In this case, it was Metal Greymon, and the Digivolution came from the use of the Digivolution item Metal Part. And like with Muncymon, Metal Greymon is only going to have limited usefulness in this challenge, and there will come a time where we would have done everything with Metal Greymon that we need to do, and then I will be in a position where I will want to move on to a different Digimon, the way that I go about it will be the same as the way that I moved on from Muncymon. Have Metal Greymon mess on the floor in the interest of filling up the Virus Gorge, and when I feel like Metal Greymon isn't needed anymore, mess on the floor for a 16th time, filling up the Virus Gorge, Digivolve into Sukamon, and then, depending on which Digimon I think I should use next, use a Digivolution item to make Sukamon Digivolve to a different Ultimate Digimon, and then there will be the job of learning new techniques that haven't yet been learnt, techniques which I can't currently learn, as well as competing in tournaments that I haven't yet competed in. I think that's every Digimon recruited. Angemon says that all the Digimon have joined the city. $100 prosperity points, Tamer level up, another medal. And we have the medal for reaching 100 prosperity points. That's every Digimon recruited. We no longer have any work to do as far as recruitments are concerned. We've got the medal for recruiting every Digimon. So that's done, but we've still got a lot of work to do with learning techniques and an awful lot of work to do with the arena tournaments. Nothing new today, and nothing new tomorrow either. And I don't think, out of the other tournaments that I was able to see, I don't think any of them were anything new either. It doesn't look like there are any new tournaments that I will be able to compete in over the next few days. So I will just be competing in tournaments for the sake of the wins, putting us closer to 100 championship wins, and I will be choosing to compete in the easiest tournaments that are available, for the sake of just winning the tournaments as quickly and easily as possible. And I want to get my brains so that it's very close to 550. I believe that when our brain stat, but when we train brains, I believe that when our brains reaches 550, there will be the opportunity for us to learn a new technique, which I'm hoping will be pulse laser. When your brains is under 500 and you train brains, I think there's the chance of learning a new technique when your brain stat reaches 150, 250, 350 and 450, multiples of 50, which are also not multiples of 100. And then once you get to over 500 brains, I'm not sure if it continues to be every multiple of 50, which also isn't a multiple of 100, so like 550, 650, 750, etc., or if it's every multiple of 50 and every multiple of 100, so 550, 600, 650, 700, etc., etc., or if it's something else, you know, different to that even. But I'm pretty sure that when we train our brains and it reaches 550, I think there will be the chance of us learning a technique, and I am hoping that it will be pulse laser, because then we will be done with machine techniques. Metal Greymon does also have battle as a nature, but we've already learned all of the battle techniques. Metal Greymon also has fire as a nature, and well, we must have Spitfire because we started the game with Ogumon, but Metal Greymon is able to use free fire techniques, heat laser, meltdown, and infinity burn. I'm not sure if he's able to learn all of those techniques, but he would definitely be able to learn heat laser. He might also be able to learn meltdown and infinity burn. But when I train brains, I'm hoping that it's pulse laser that he's going to learn, and not any of the fire techniques, most likely heat laser. I think fire is Metal Greymon's second nature, and in which case I imagine it would be possible for him to learn all of the fire techniques that he's able to use: heat laser, meltdown, and infinity burn. But since we've already defeated the Metal Greymon at Mount Infinity, we won't be able to learn infinity burn from battles. We will be able to learn heat laser and meltdown from battles, but infinity burn would have to come from training brains. I would like to say that there's no urgency with learning the fire techniques, because there is a Digimon who I am planning on having during this challenge, a Digimon who has fire as their first nature and is able to learn and use all of the fire techniques. and it would be statistically easier to learn the fire techniques with that Digimon rather than Metal Greymon. And because of that, you know, there's no urgency for me to learn the fire techniques that Metal Greymon is able to learn while we've got Metal Greymon as our Digimon. You know, it could be put on hold until later when I've got a Digimon who will find it easier to learn the fire techniques. You know, it's up to me to decide, it's up to me to weigh up. You know, I could pursue the fire techniques with Metal Greymon, or I could wait until I've got the Digimon who has fire as their first nature and should therefore do a better job at learning the fire techniques. And like I said, I want Metal Greymon to be messing on the floor because I want to be filling up the Virus Scourge, because Sukamon is a Digimon who we are going to be needing again in this challenge, and we are going to need to keep using him. We're going to need to keep having him. We're going to need to keep seeing him. So I am, you know, having Metal Greymon mess on the floor so that we will be filling up the Virus Scourge. It will be steps towards having the next Sukamon. We're here to try and learn Pulse Laser. And we are successful with that. We now have every machine technique. Metal Splinter, All Range Beam, Full Power, Power Crane, DG Dimension, Devolve Program, Delete Program, Pulse Laser. We have every single one of them. We have all 8 machine techniques as well as all 8 battle techniques. The only other techniques that we might be able to learn with Metal Greymon are the free fire techniques, Infinity Burn, Meltdown, and Heat Laser. We do already have some of the other techniques. Spitfire came free with Agumon, Horizontal Kick came free with Numamon. We learned Bug from the Carbolterimon in Beetle Land. We learned Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze from the Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake. And then with Muncymon we learned Static Electric, Electric Cloud, Megalospark, and Confusion Storm. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if there's others, but we have at least made some progress with other techniques. And yeah, this is pretty much how the challenge is going to be going for the time being. You know, we have a Digimon, we have an ultimate Digimon who has a certain nature as their first nature. We will learn all of the techniques for that nature. We will compete in all of the tournaments that the Digimon is going to be useful for. And at the same time, we are going to be filling up the Virus Gorge, and then when it's time to move on to a different Digimon, we will fill the Virus Gorge to the maximum, Digivolve to Sukamon, and then we will then Digivolve to a different Ultimate Digimon with a Digivolution item, and then pretty much repeat the same process of learning certain techniques, winning certain tournaments, filling up the Virus Gorge, taking steps towards the next Sukamon, and constantly needing to be feeding Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon in order to keep our Digimon alive. Digi-Seabasses are going to be needed for the rest of this challenge. For the rest of this challenge, we are going to be needing to feed Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon in order to keep our Digimon alive, enabling us to do the work that needs to be done, make the progress that needs to be made. As well as needing Sukamon in order to be able to Digivolve to different Ultimate Digimon, we will also need Sukamon for learning all of the filth techniques, as well as competing in the filth tournament, and possibly other stuff as well. That does mean that it's not always going to be a case of Digivolve to Sukamon and then give Sukamon a Digivolution item and Digivolve to an Ultimate Digimon. Sukamon itself will have some value. You know, there will be some work that we will need to do with Sukamon as our Digimon. if we are to go from only having horizontal kick to having every filth technique, then that will require having either Sukamon or Numamon, and it's no longer possible to get Numamon as our Digimon. Out of those two Digimon, it's only possible to get Sukamon, and that will mean needing to learn the remaining filth techniques with Sukamon as our Digimon. And if we were to compete in the filth tournament, then we would need either Sukamon or Numamon or Nanimon, and it's no longer possible to get either Numamon or Nanimon out of those three Digimon. We can only get Sukamon, and that means that we will have to rely on Sukamon for the filth tournament, as well as having to rely on him for the filth techniques. The machine tournament I saw was on day 28. That is a handful of days away. Between now and then, I don't think there are any other tournaments that we will be able to enter that we haven't already won. I'm just waiting for the hour to end. It has ended. Metal Greymon wants to sleep and he needs the toilet. Yeah, prior to entering the machine tournament, I don't think there are any other tournaments that we will be able to enter that we haven't already won. So I don't think we can make any further progress with the tournaments until day 28, the day in which the machine tournament will be available. Now that we've got 100 prosperity points, we are totally done with recruitments. There's no more work that can be done in that respect. As for techniques, well, like I said, there are 3 fire techniques which we could pursue with Metal Greymon, but it doesn't have to be done with Metal Greymon. If I end up with time on my hands, then, you know, maybe it could be something to pursue, but I will later have a Digimon who will be able to learn all of the fire techniques and will have a better chance of learning them than what Metal Greymon has, and that would make learning the techniques easier. Even though we can enter the tournament as early as 10 AM, if we wait until Metal Greymon messes on the floor, then we can, you know, mess on the floor just before the tournament. Then the tournament would take us forward by 6 hours. By the time we're done in the tournament, he should need the toilet again, and that will create the opportunity for him to mess on the floor again, and that just helps fill the virus gorge that little bit further. By the time that we are done in the tournament, for the last few times, Metal Greymon has been close to wanting to sleep, and we've been able to sleep and have him mess on the floor during his sleep, which still fills up the virus gorge, but doesn't seem to impact on happiness or discipline, which is useful. If he messes on the floor when he's active, then the virus gorge fills up, and at the same time happiness and discipline goes down. But if he messes on the floor during his sleep, then we still have the advantage of the virus gorge filling up, but we seem to lose the disadvantage of happiness and discipline going down. If we were to have it so that he only messes on the floor during his sleep, then that would help with happiness and discipline, but then it would mean only messing on the floor once a day. That would mean taking 16 days to fill the virus gorge completely. By also messing on the floor during the day when he's active, we are filling up the virus gorge more quickly, even if it is impacting on happiness and discipline in ways that are not helpful. Another championship win, but yeah, another step closer to 100 championship wins. Winning a tournament every day apart from day 30. There are no tournaments on day 30, but winning a tournament every day, 29 tournaments a year, 100 championship wins is going to take between 3 and 4 years, but every win that we have is going to put us that little bit closer. What I'm saying is that there is value in winning a tournament every day, even if we've already won it. I suspect that the medals that we get for winning every individual tournament will come before the medal that we get for 100 championship wins. I imagine that we will win every individual tournament before we reach 100 championship wins, and that there will come a point where we will be continuing to enter tournaments just for the championship wins. And that you know, there'll come a point where on reflection I'll be glad that, you know, I've chosen to enter a tournament each day, even though I'm not winning any new tournaments and not, you know, making progress towards any of the other tournament medals. I'm talking about, you know, winning 100 championship wins and it taking between 3 to 4 years, and this is in a challenge where I am restricted to one lifespan. A challenge where here onwards I can only keep my Digimon alive with Digi-Seabasses, and surviving 3 to 4 years is going to mean having to live to be in between 90 and 120. That's going to mean needing a lot of Digi-Seabasses. And I don't blame you if you don't envy me. You know, if you don't envy me for the amount of fishing that I'm going to have to do, the amount of Digi-Seabasses I'm going to have to catch, the amount of black trouts that I'm going to have to catch. You know, I really don't blame you if you don't envy me. If it was somebody else doing this challenge, I wouldn't envy them either. $18 championship wins. So 18% of the way there. What's 18 as a it's like 18 out of 100. I mean, can we simplify that? And I think 18%, it's roughly 1 in 6, isn't it? I think 18 is a 6th of 108. So I think we're like slightly over a 6th of the way there. I mean, 2 more championship wins would be 20 championship wins, and that would be us a 5th of the way there. You know, 20 out of 100, that is, you know, 1 in 5. Yeah, the number of tournaments that we've won already, I think we need to do what we've already done roughly another 6 times in order to be at 100 championship wins. Well, maybe not another 6 times. Maybe what we've done so far we have to do 6 times in total, but with this already counting as 1/6. So what we've already done, maybe we only need to do it another 5 times? I'm not sure. I'm not that great with maths and numbers. I think I'm okay with maths and numbers, but I'm not a genius by a long step. Well, these D tournaments are easy enough. Yeah, I'm getting through them, you know, about as quickly as realistically possible. The other tournaments that I'm going to have to compete in, you know, the tournaments that I haven't already won, you know, they will take longer. They won't go as smoothly. But winning those tournaments will put us closer to winning medals that we haven't yet won, medals that we need to win. Okay, so it's going to be a D tournament tomorrow, but then a machine tournament the day after. Then it's going to be another day where we're just competing in a grade tournament, and then the day after that is day 30, the day in which there is no tournament, and that means that we won't be able to compete in a tournament on that day, and I will either have to just spend the day resting to try and get through the day as quickly as possible, or find something else that can be done during the day instead of competing in a tournament. So share your thoughts. Is this challenge boring yet? Because, you know, when I started this challenge, I knew that it was inevitable that this challenge was going to have a lot of boring parts a lot of boring phases, and I anticipated that the pursuit of the tournament medals was probably going to be one of the less admirable bits of the challenge. So, you know, I don't blame you if you think that this is boring as hell. Yeah, I can't blame you if you're, like, skipping through the video, because, you know, when you're going after the medals, when you're doing a challenge like this, you know, there are some bits that are not going to be fun, and, you know, this challenge does have a lot of boring bits ahead of it, unfortunately. I mean, it's not great at the moment. There is better stuff to come, but there is, you know, equally as bad stuff to come as well. Possibly even worse stuff. I would say that we've had some good stuff so far, but I've also had some boring stuff. I would say at the moment it's probably pretty boring, and there's other boring stuff to come, some which could be even more boring than this. But there is also some good stuff to come as well. Unfortunately, you've got to do what you've got to do, and, you know, you are, with a challenge like this, you know, you are going to have the unfortunate duty of doing some less favourable stuff, less admirable stuff. You know, there's things I have to do, and I'm very restricted with how entertaining I can realistically make it. I mean, one bright side about these tournaments, it is reducing the amount of fishing that I need to do. Machine tournament entered, and I think I saw the Dino tournament as well. I think it was day 1 of next year, so at least we don't have to wait too much longer for the Dino Cup. And yeah, as I was saying, at least the tournament is reducing the amount of fishing that I need to do. You know, by competing in the tournament, you know, entering it on a specific hour and using a Digi-Seabass straight after the tournament, you know, at least the tournaments are reducing the number of sea basses that I need to give to my Digimon, and that means reducing the amount of fishing that I have to do. And you might be wondering what I'm doing here. I'm offering medium recoveries to Metal Greymon in the hope that he will decline them, that will give me the right to scold him and boost his discipline. I'm offering medium recoveries not because I want him to take them, but because I want him to refuse them, and that enables me to then do a justifiable scold, increasing his discipline. I praised him, putting his happiness to the maximum, and now I'm doing this as a way of... I was doing it as a way of increasing my discipline. Because when you offer your Digimon an item which your Digimon is able to take and should take, if the Digimon refuses to take the item and you then scold the Digimon, then it boosts discipline by a fair chunk. That's providing that you don't move after the Digimon refuses the item. If the Digimon refuses the item and you don't move and you scold the Digimon, then it's seen as a justifiable scold which boosts your discipline by a fair bit without affecting happiness. If you move before scolding, then it will no longer be seen as a justifiable scold, and your discipline will go up by a lot less, and happiness will go down, and the amount that happiness will go down by will be greater to the amount that your discipline will go up by. And if you offer an item to your Digimon and scold the Digimon without moving, it will be a justifiable scold. And if you then still remain on the spot and offer an item to your Digimon again, it is a guarantee that the Digimon will take the item. But if you move after scolding, then it won't be a guarantee that the Digimon will take the item. The Digimon might refuse the item. So yeah, offer your Digimon an item. If it refuses the item, then scold the Digimon without moving, then move and offer your Digimon another item. That's how to abuse the tactic that I was using of increasing your Digimon's discipline. And the reason why I did boost the discipline was because my Metal Greymon ended up fading away sooner than he was meant to, and instead of using an extra Digi-Seabass, which I would have had to have done, I instead concluded that the problem was probably lack of happiness and discipline. I praised Metal Greymon to put happiness to the maximum, and then abused a tactic to increase discipline, and then get it to an amount where I didn't fade away sooner than I was meant to. And it looks like I'm not the only Metal Greymon in this tournament. There is, or rather was, a different Metal Greymon, but it's been knocked out by Machinedramon. I'm up against a Vadermon, who also isn't the only Vadermon in the competition. There's another Vadermon who defeat Gardramon, and is up against Machinedramon next, the Digimon who defeated the other Metal Greymon. us Vadermon defeated. Even though I did a lot more damage to him, I feel like it still wasn't the easiest of battles. And thanks to Machinedramon, I'm only going to have to defeat one Vadermon in order to win this competition. And thanks to him, I'm also not going to have to go up against a fellow Metal Greymon. I think that was looking like a close battle until I flattened him and did the full powers, and I think I then had a firm advantage. Well, I'd say the Machinedramon probably caused me the least trouble in that tournament, which kind of makes you wonder how he managed to make it to the final in the first place. Well, Machinedramon managed to defeat one Metal Greymon in that tournament, but he wasn't able to defeat two Metal Greymons. That was one Metal Greymon too much. Cyber Parts, I think, makes you digivolve to Andromon, an item which I don't think is going to be useful in this challenge. But that's the machine tournament sorted, and that is surely now 2 of the 7 nature tournaments that we've now won. The battle tournament, which we won with Muncymon, and the machine tournament that we won with Metal Greymon. That still leaves the 5 others: Fire, Air, Earth, Ice, and Filth. I'm hoping the Happy Mushrooms can bring a bit of balance to our happiness and discipline. Metal Greymon wanted to eat. I gave him a Happy Mushroom to boost his happiness. Before giving it to him, I scolded him a bit to increase his discipline at the expense of his happiness. And I was hoping that he would want to eat more than just 1 Happy Mushroom, because then I could have scolded him more, put his discipline down at the expense of his happiness, but then fed him another Happy Mushroom, and if I had kept scolding him before giving him Happy Mushrooms, then maybe I could have, you know, maxed out on both happiness and discipline, but annoyingly he only wanted to eat 1 Happy Mushroom. I mean, it still helped, but not as much as I would have liked. I know you can force feed your Digimon things like Happy Mushrooms, but I think the effects that they have are not as good if you are like force feeding it to your Digimon rather than giving it to your Digimon when your Digimon does actually want to eat. And I know, you know, it's easy enough to say that, you know, well, Metal Greymon's appetite will kick in more, but at the moment I'm generally trying to give Digi-Seabasses to him when he wants to eat, so that I'm not force feeding him Digi-Seabasses, because, you know, force feeding any item to your Digimon will have the downfall of having a negative impact or a less positive impact on your happiness and discipline. So, you know, whether I'm force feeding my Digimon Digi-Seabasses or Happy Mushrooms, either way it's not as good as, you know, giving it to them when they actually want to eat. And I can't really give Happy Mushrooms to Metal Greymon when he wants to eat if I'm going to be feeding him Digi-Seabasses instead. When my Digimon wakes up, you know, on the first hour I always have to give a Digi-Seabass to my Digimon, otherwise it will fade away on the next hour. You know, it will fade away before its appetite kicks in. By force feeding it the first Digi-Seabass, the hope is that I will then be able to survive until my Digimon's appetite kicks in, then I can give him a Digi-Seabass as a food item when he wants to eat, so that I will be, you know, my happiness and discipline will be affected positively rather than negatively. The very first year is coming towards the end. We are, you know, getting close to the end of the first year and moving on to the second year of this challenge. And I think that this is going to be the last tournament of this year. I think it's day 29, with this being the tournament of today, and then tomorrow, day 30, there is no tournament, and that means that the next tournament is on the first day of next year, and I think it's the Dino tournament, which for us is a very fortunate thing, because we haven't yet won the Dino tournament. The only special tournament that we've won so far, I think, is the Animal tournament. If we can win the Dino tournament as well, then I think that will leave the Humanoid tournament and the Winged tournament. That's just the special tournaments that I'm talking about, of course. Not the nature tournaments or the version tournaments. So which lucky rookie is going to be the last Digimon that I defeat in this year? Madoki Betamon, it's your lucky day. As if I'm not misremembering what day it is. I think it's day 29, the last tournament of the year. Doki Betamon, it was a pleasure. No tournament tomorrow, which means that we get the day off, or at least as far as tournaments are concerned, we get the day off. Trying to recall what day it was when I went to the back dimension and defeated Machinedramon. I think it might have been day 9 or day 10. If it was day 9, then I think the back dimension would be available again, because I think it comes around every 20 days. If it was day 10, then it won't be available yet. It wouldn't be available until tomorrow, but it's something to be mindful of, because every time you defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension, you get a chain melon, which prolongs your Digimon's lifespan by a day, which would spare me from needing to use Digi-Seabasses for a day. Okay, Digimon has mentioned about Analog Man. That means that the back dimension will be at one of the 3 locations, and if we defeat Machinedramon, we can help ourselves to a chain melon. And I think if we go to the back dimension whenever it's available, that would mean getting a chain melon every 20 days, and it would just mean that every 20 days there would be 1 day in which I don't need to use Digi-Seabasses, because chain melons prolong your Digimon's lifespan by a day, saving me the need to use Digi-Seabasses for the day in which I give a chain melon to my Digimon. And seeing as we've got problems with our happiness and discipline, problems that I've been trying to solve either by giving happy mushrooms to my Digimon or deliberately getting my Digimon to decline items and then scold my Digimon, a chain melon would seem all the more valuable, because I know that chain melons greatly boost your happiness. I'm not sure about discipline, but if I was to scold Metal Greymon to boost my discipline, happiness would go down, but then I could get happiness greatly boosted by giving a chain melon to Metal Greymon, and hopefully that would either solve the problem with happiness and discipline, or at least help it a lot. You know, if it doesn't put happiness and discipline to the maximum, then at the very least, you know, it would, you know, make happiness and discipline fuller than it was. The back dimension is the next place that I'm going to. It is the back dimension is the place that I'm looking out for. I went to Greylord's mansion first, thinking that the back dimension might be there. It wasn't, so I'm moving on to the Olga Fortress, and if it's not there either, then it can only be at the Ice Sanctuary. but the back dimension is the next place that I'm going to. There's no tournament today, and that means I've got time on my hands, you know, time that could be spent doing other things, and well, very conveniently the back dimension happens to be available today, and that's the first thing on my list for today. Defeat Machinedramon and get a chain melon. Okay, the back dimension is here at the Olga Fortress. And do we also have items? Ah, we do. The items have respawned. I've already given Digi-Seabasses to Metal Greymon today. You know, I've already made a start with giving Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon, and I think that for the rest of today I should continue to give Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon. You know, continue to give my Digimon Digi-Seabasses like normal. Save the chain melon for a later day, tomorrow or later. You know, leave it until the earliest of tomorrow. I always like to, like, when I use a chain melon, I like to give it to my Digimon. Well, I mean, if I am using a chain melon to, you know, primarily to prolong my Digimon's lifespan, then I like to give the chain melon to my Digimon just after it wakes up after sleeping, because I don't think chain melons prolong your Digimon's lifespan by bang on 24 hours. I think it's a bit less than that. And if I was to give my Digimon a chain melon now at 10 AM, then I don't think the effects would last until 10 AM tomorrow. I think that the effects, I think that my Digimon would fade away like shortly before 10 AM, like a few hours before. But if I give a chain melon to my Digimon just after it wakes up, then I would be very confident that my Digimon would live until it wants to sleep. Then I would let it sleep, and when my Digimon wakes up, 24 hours would have passed, and I would have got 24 hours out of the chain melon. my happiness and discipline's actually looking quite a bit better, thanks to my Digimon refusing one of the item chips. I am choosing to give item chips to my Digimon, even though there is the restaurant and the opportunity for the Digitamamon food glitch. But where my stats are already decent and I have full power, I feel that it's not necessary to do the Digitamamon food glitch, not at the moment. And I'm just choosing to go with my stats and giving item chips to my Digimon when they become available. The Digitamamon food glitch is something that we will be seeing more of in this challenge. I used it to get Muncymon stats up to the maximum, which also resulted in us being presented with the medal for getting stats up to the maximum. And then when I digivolved from Muncymon to Sukamon and then Metal Greymon, my stats were halved, so that HP and MP were roughly 5,000, attack, defense, speed and brains were roughly 500, and with the things that I needed to do, I was happy enough with those stats, and my stats have gotten better from using item chips. But we're going to be seeing more Sukamons in this challenge. You know, my stats are going to be getting halved every time I digivolve to Sukamon. So, you know, when we digivolve to Sukamon for the next time, you know, our stats are going to be even lower than what they were when I digivolved to Sukamon the previous time. There will be times in which I will use the Digitamamon food glitch in order to get my stats back up to the maximum once I feel like my stats have fallen to a point in which they are a problem. You know, when my stats fall to the extent in which my stats are a problem, I will then consider revisiting the Digitamamon food glitch, and I will go until I get my stats back up to the maximum. Because at the moment I don't feel like it's necessary. I think my stats are okay as they are, considering, you know, the Digimon I've got, the techniques that I've got, and, you know, the things that I need to be doing. Year 1, day 30, we defeated Machinedramon. We were presented with the Chain Melon. That must mean that the back dimension will presumably be available again in 20 days from today. And I guess that would be year 2, day 20. That's when we need to speak to Digimon again and be presented with, well, have him tell us about Analog Man, and then, you know, encounter Machinedramon again at the back dimension, defeat him, and get another Chain Melon. I think you can probably see what I'm doing here. I'm doing more of the Moldramon trading medium recoveries for super defense discs, and okay, I wasn't able to trade all 99 of my medium recoveries because I already had one super defense disc in my inventory. That meant I was only able to trade 98 of my medium recoveries, because that brought my number of super defense discs up to 99, making it impossible to trade any further. But yeah, trading medium recoveries for super defense discs, which are to be sold. Seeing as there's no tournament, I thought I might as well go to Friesland and do some more Moldramon trading, because my money is quite a way adrift of the maximum, and I know that the Digitamamon food glitch is something that I'm going to be using multiple times in this challenge, and it will cost a lot of money each time in order to get my stats up to the maximum. And when I think about the number of times that I'm going to be using the glitch, you know, it is going to be an expensive drain. And I just thought that with there being no tournament, you know, I'm looking for alternative things to be doing during the day. Not pointless things, you know, things that are useful, things that will be useful, you know, things that are going to come in handy. Defeating Machinedramon at the back dimension was one of those things. It was very convenient that it happened to be that there happened to be the opportunity for me to go to the back dimension on day 30 of all days. And you know, getting my money back up to the maximum, or at least getting my money to a higher amount than what it currently is, certainly isn't a waste of time. I've taken the Digi-anchovies out because I don't think I will need to do any more curling in this challenge. I think, yeah, my curling days are done. Those Digi-anchovies were intended just for curling, but I think I'm done with the curling, and I've taken the Digi-anchovies out because I'm about to go back to Friesland to trade more medium recoveries, and also I thought I might as well trade the Digi-anchovies because the Moldramon who you can trade the medium recoveries with is also the Moldramon who you can trade Digi-anchovies with, and the item that you get in return for Digi-anchovies has the same value as the item that you get in return for medium recoveries. They are both items that can be sold for 2,000 bits. 69 Digi-anchovies, 69 lots of 2,000, I think that's 138,000, and then 99 medium recoveries, 99, 2,000 times 99, I think that's 198,000. Add 138,000, is that 336,000? So even though I only used 30 Digi-anchovies for curling, which was 69 less than how many I caught, at least I still found something useful to do with the other 69 Digi-anchovies. Despite there being no tournaments today, we can still register because there are tournaments tomorrow. We can register for tomorrow and the Dino Cup. Either that is a tournament we haven't yet won. So we are registered for the Dino Cup. We have 22 championship wins in total. So we're 2 more than a fifth of the way there. 3 less than a quarter of the way there. The number of medicines has dropped down a bit due to the number that we've needed to use. We're back up to 99 now though, after buying medicines from Centarumon. I know before to get medicines I purchased high speed discs and traded them for medicines, but that Moldramon is no longer available for trading because he's now joined the city. So I purchased medicine from Centarumon as a way of topping up my medicines. If we sell all of the super defense discs, then it's going to work out to be a waste, because the distance that the amount of money that we needed in order to max out our money was less than the amount of money that we would get from selling the super defense discs. So instead of selling all of the super defense discs, I sold some of them, and I guess the others can just go into the item bank. And then when it's, when I have less money, I can take the super defense discs out of the item bank and sell them. I've got 50 in total, so I imagine that in total they would sell for 100,000 bits. The next time I use the Digitalmamon food glitch, I'm thinking that it would cost hundreds of thousands, so I'll easily be able to, sell the super defense discs and get 100,000 back. Since we are short on things to do, I have decided to come to Mount Infinity, and my intention is to try and learn Meltdown. Because these Monochromon lookalikes use Meltdown, and that creates the opportunity for us to learn Meltdown by battling them. Wasn't that just annoying? Okay, they kill each other for me. Works for me. And we get Meltdown on our first try. I had not anticipated for that. Meltdown is one of the hardest fire techniques to learn, and considering that we've got fire as our second nature, I would have thought that we would have had a hard time learning that, but that turned out not to be the case at all. No complaints from me. I think it works out well, like grinding for Meltdown against those Digimon. I mean, you're up against multiple targets, and we had All Range Beam, a technique which is good for hitting multiple targets, and the Digimon who we were against are very prone to hitting each other with Meltdown, Red Inferno and Tremor. Right, I've now come here, and this time it's about trying to learn Heat Laser. I learned Meltdown from Mount Infinity, and now I'm hoping to learn Heat Laser from the Dino region. Heat Laser is statistically much easier to learn than Meltdown. part of use heat laser do these imbeciles not understand? Oh, there it is. Nothing learned, though. Well, we've gone from learning one of the harder fire techniques to trying to learn one of the easier fire techniques. I think Meltdown is the second hardest fire technique to learn, with Infinity Burn being the hardest. As for Heat Laser, I think Heat Laser is the second easiest fire technique to learn, with Spitfire being the easiest. Again, nothing learned, so we have to keep trying. But we're against 2 Digimon, which means that there's a better chance of Heat Laser being used, a better chance of Heat Laser being used more quickly, and we're using a technique which hits multiple targets, which is particularly handy considering we are fighting multiple targets. We are up against 2 Digimon, which makes a technique like Meltdown a very good choice of technique, and it's only taken 2 successful hits to defeat these Digimon. Is it 3rd time lucky? No. Right. I don't object with attacking once to begin with, to reduce their HP to being, reduce their HP so that they are then 1 hit from death, then pick distance or defensive, and wait for one of them to use Heat Laser, and then use a second Meltdown to finish them off. I can't defeat them until Heat Laser gets used. Nothing learned that time either. These Digimon could be a good choice of Digimon to target when trying to learn Prominence Beam. I'm not trying to learn Prominence Beam with Metal Greymon, he can't learn or use Prominence Beam, but when I have a Digimon who can learn Prominence Beam, these Digimon could be a good choice of Digimon to grind against. At the moment, they are my choice for learning Heat Laser. They could also be my choice later for learning Prominence Beam. Nothing learned again. We've already got Spitfire. We're trying to learn Heat Laser. There are loads of Digimon who we can learn Fire Tower, Magma Bomb and Red Inferno from. We've already got Meltdown. I've already said about the possibility of grinding here for Prominence Beam, and then the only other fire technique that would leave is Infinity Burn, which would have to be learned from Training Brains. that time I think I was reluctant to use Meltdown at the beginning because I was cautious of the possibility of paralysing them and then slowing down them using heat laser as a result of the paralysis. Again, nothing learned, and I'm starting to get a bit worried about time. Okay, well, I say I'm starting to get worried about time because it's almost 7 PM. After one more battle, it's going to be 7 PM. And daytime Digimon are going to get replaced by nighttime Digimon, and in this part of the Dino region it's going to be those Dragonfly Digimon. And I don't think the Dragonfly Digimon use heat laser. So it's now going to be 7 PM. An item dropped, but no technique. What even is this item? Increase attack by 20. I think it's a food item. I think it's in the same sort of category as something like a sage fruit. Like a sage fruit is a food item which boosts brains by 20. The item I just picked up is a food item which increases attack by 20. I think you've also got a similar item which boosts defense by 20, a similar item which boosts speed by 20, speed leaf I believe it is, and then one that increases HP by 200, one that increases MP by 200. This will have to be our new grind spot. And the grinding's going to have to keep going because we still haven't learned Heat Laser. But even though it is now 7 PM, you know, at least you know, we are still able to grind for Heat Laser, albeit in a slightly different part of the Dino region. Oh, go away. I have a feeling Calm Berry is the food item that boosts MP by 200. The one that boosts HP by 200. Is it possibly a Muscle Yam? And there's also the one that boosts defense by 200. Ah, we have Heat Laser at last. Who'd have thought it? We get Meltdown on our first try, and then we go blue in the face from trying to learn Heat Laser. Shouldn't it have been the other way around? And Meltdown possibly strikes me as a better choice of technique than All Range Beam. I know All Range Beam is much harder to interrupt and it's more powerful, but Meltdown can have a type advantage against some types. I don't think All Range Beam can. Meltdown is more accurate and more reliable, and it can paralyze, whereas All Range Beam doesn't cause any status harm. And I think both techniques cost about the same amount of MP. But I think Meltdown could be my preference. And we have 3 of the fire techniques. Spitfire, which we started off with when we had Agumon as our Digimon at the start of this challenge, and then Meltdown and Heat Laser, which we've learned with Metal Greymon as our Digimon. And I've come to the Dragon Eye Lake because I've decided that I would like to top up on Digi-Seabasses. My Digi-Seabasses have fallen to 55. When Metal Greymon wakes up, I am going to need to give him another Digi-Seabass, which will put the number down to 54, which is 45 short of 99. If I catch 45 black trouts, then let Metal Greymon sleep, then give him a Digi-Seabass, and then use the 45 black trouts to catch 45 Digi-Seabasses, I will then be at 99 Digi-Seabasses. What I really want to be doing is the maximum number of Digi-Seabasses is 99, and then when it falls to about half, like about 50 or so, I think that's when I want to be coming to the Dragon Eye Lake when my Digimon wants to sleep, catching the necessary number of black trouts, then letting my Digimon sleep. That will give me the opportunity to save, and that will, save the progress of all of the black trouts that I would have caught. And then if I use the black trouts to catch Digi-Seabasses, get my number of Digi-Seabasses up to 99, then return to the city, save at Gigimon's house, progress will be safe, and I would have 99 Digi-Seabasses. Here you can see that I've got 45 black trouts, which is the number that I would need in order to get my Digi-Seabasses up to 99 once I've given a Digi-Bass to Metal Greymon after he wakes up. This will put us down to 54 Digi-Basses. We need an extra 45 to get us up to 99, which is how many black trouts we've got. We have enough bait to get us up to 99 Digi-Basses. If we have any unsuccessful catches, then we can very simply use our meat to catch extra black trouts, and then we've got replace any black trouts that we might lose while trying to catch Digi-Basses, and we will be able to end up with 99 Digi-Basses. At some point I was going to need to catch more Digi-Basses. My number of Digi-Basses wasn't much over half, it was a day in which there was no tournament, and I thought, I had defeated Machinedramon, I had done money grinding, I had learned Meltdown and Heat Laser. My Digimon wanted to sleep, so why not go to the Dragon Eye Lake, catch black trouts, then sleep, and then catch Digi-Basses. We've got plenty of meat for black trouts, and that will mean having plenty of black trouts for Digi-Basses, and we'll be able to get our number of Digi-Basses back up to 99. I can assure you that this takes a lot longer when the video is not greatly speeded up, because what you're watching is the footage but with the video greatly speeded up. And believe me, when the video isn't greatly speeded up, this fishing takes a lot longer, an awful lot longer. And I hope you're grateful for my decision to speed the video up, because if I didn't speed the video up, it would be an awful lot longer and an awful lot more boring than what it currently is. And it must be pretty boring as it is, even with the video speeded up. Right, we're back to 99 Digi-Basses. We currently have a chain melon in our inventory. There's no rush to use that, but it's there and it would make sense to use it. But I guess we don't need to rush. And since I've already given a Digi-Bass to my Digimon today, we might as well continue with Digi-Basses. And it's now year 2, day 1. We have a tournament on the schedule. And I paused for a bit here and speeded the video up, and now I'm continuing. And yes, there's a tournament today and it's a tournament that we haven't yet won, the Dino tournament. Well, the Virus Gorge is only one away from being full, and that means that we now need to avoid having our Digimon mess on the floor, unless the time is right for us to Digivolve to Sukamon, which it currently isn't. I don't want to Digivolve to Sukamon. I mean, not at the moment. Eventually, I will be needing him, but now is not the time. And so yeah, we need to avoid our Digimon messing on the floor for as long as the time isn't right for Sukamon, and the time currently is not right for Sukamon. Yeah, there's no room for error. Messing on the floor one single time will mean Digivolve into Sukamon. So we need to use the toilet accordingly, we need to use our portable potties accordingly. But at least the Virus Gorge is close to being full, ready for when we do need Sukamon. You know, when we need Sukamon, we will be able to get him promptly, because we will only need our Digimon to mess on the floor one more time in order for us to Digivolve to Sukamon. I've got quite a lot of different Digievolution items available to me. I mean, Metal Greymon is our Digimon for now. But there are quite a few different Digimon in line waiting for their turn. Right, if the clock strikes midday, then I think that we will end up being disqualified from the tournament. So we are entering earlier than we normally would. The Dino Tournament, here I come. Once we were deep into that battle, and it had occurred to me that I had comfortably won the battle and that Airdramon wasn't going to do much damage to me, I thought that I would just keep my distance and drain the clock and preserve some MP for the next battle. Can't imagine this would be too tough of a tournament. There's no ultimate Digimon. Apart from myself, I'm the only ultimate. There were 2 rookies, but they've both been knocked out. The rest are just champions. I do not like the way this battle is going. Is this the early signs of a turning point? Good timing for him to do his finish. Okay, well, looks like we have one now, but that was nerve-wracking for a fair bit of the fight. Yay! Metal Greymon is the king of the dinosaurs. I think that's half of the special tournaments won. We've won the Animal Cup with Muncymon, we've won the Dino Cup with Metal Greymon, that leaves the Winged Cup and the Humanoid Cup. And based on the tournaments that are coming up, it was my decision to continue with Metal Greymon for the time being. Yeah, when I thought about the other Digimon that I've got lined up, the techniques that I need to learn, and the tournaments that are coming up, I decided to stick with Metal Greymon. Yeah, continue with Metal Greymon, continue to continue to win tournaments that I've already won, unfortunately. but continue to win tournaments for the sake of gaining championship wins, and you know, remain with Machinedramon for the time being. You know, leave aside any potential Digivolution until a later day. If we're just going to be competing in D tournaments, well, mostly D tournaments, then I think Meltdown alone will be good enough. Yeah, by only having Meltdown equipped, it's a guarantee that Machinedramon will attack with Meltdown at the start of a battle. I think that I would rather Meltdown than Delete program, and there's certainly no need for Delete for full power. I think Meltdown will serve us just fine. I think that it would probably take about 2 Meltdowns to defeat each Digimon in a D tournament. Today we can enter the tournament at a more preferred time. The Dino Cup yesterday we were restricted to enter in earlier than I would have liked, but this time I've been able to enter at a more preferred time. And for the time being, there's not going to be any interest in tournaments. It's just going to be the most basic tournament available, and that's going to be the way of things for the time being. Well, that took just one knockdown, but against an Insectoid Digimon, we did have a type advantage there. Now we're going to have a type advantage against Palmon as well. I'm not sure about Otamamon. Well, regardless of whether there was a type advantage, we took him out in one. And I would expect the same against Palmon. The way Metal Greymon celebrates, so delighted with himself, the fact that he, as an ultimate Digimon, managed to win a D tournament, a tournament against highly feeble rookie Digimon. He must be so proud. So a D tournament tomorrow, no point entering the version 1 tournament, that's already been won. I will continue to store meat in my inventory, not because I need it for my Digimon, but because I need it for fishing. It's an ideal choice of bait to use to catch black trouts. Sirloins and Digi-Sea Basses will be used as food items for my Digimon, and Digi-Sea Basses, as well as being a food item, are also compulsory for keeping my Digimon alive. So if I'm in a position where my Digimon wants to eat and also wants to sleep, then, instead of giving my Digimon a Digi-Sea Bass and then putting my Digimon to sleep where the Digi-Sea Bass would have been wasted, it would make more sense to give my Digimon a sirloin and then put my Digimon to sleep. And, if my Digimon wants to eat and I've already given my Digimon enough Digi-Sea Basses in order to make it up to the point in which my Digimon wants to sleep, then again it makes more sense to feed medicine to my sorry, not medicine, feed sirloins to my Digimon. Because when my Digimon wants to eat, and I don't need to prolong my lifespan any further in that particular day, then it would make more sense to feed sirloins to my Digimon. Digi-Seabasses are a more sensible option when my Digimon wants to eat and we have to prolong our lifespan in order to reach it up to when my Digimon wants to sleep. And it's unavoidable that we do need to, you know, force feed Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon somewhat. I don't like to force feed my Digimon, but sometimes there's no way around it. Sometimes our Digimon will fade away before it is able to live to the point in which its appetite will kick in. And that means that we have to force feed it Digi-Seabasses, otherwise it will fade away. And in this challenge we can't have our Digimon fade away. A challenge where we are restricted to one lifespan, and in that one lifespan we have to make as much progress as possible. We have to earn as many medals as possible. I kind of feel like it's unfair on the rest of the Digimon, the fact that an ultimate is allowed to enter a tournament intended for rookies, a tournament consisting of rookies. I feel like it's a bit unfair to let a Digimon enter where the Digimon would be really overpowered. I kind of feel like it would be putting a football team like Manchester City into a football competition intended for non-league teams. It seems a bit unfair to me. It's like the English football FA Trophy and FA Vase, those are both football competitions exclusive to non-league teams. The FA Vase is for even lower ranked non-league teams than the FA Trophy, and you know, to put a team like Man City in like the FA Vase or the FA Trophy, it would kind of be taking the mickey a bit. And Manchester City win the FA Vase. In the final, they win 23-0 against Bridport Town. Such breathtaking opposition. So it's another, tomorrow is another day in which it's only grade tournaments available. Doing a challenge like this really makes you appreciate Centaurumon a whole lot more. Firstly, because of how much more quickly you can make the days go by from resting. I know that you can also get the same effect from training, but I think training does cause happiness and discipline to go down very marginally, and if you were to keep training without resting, then your Digimon would end up getting tired, you would end up seeing the sweat bubble, and that would have a much bigger impact on happiness and discipline, as well as impacting on lifespan. But resting doesn't come with those downfalls. So yeah, there's the benefit of being able to rest as a way of making time go by, which is very helpful in a challenge like this. Plus the fact that sickness that gets caused from feeding Digi-Seabasses to your Digimon can either be treated by Centaurumon. You can either go to him and he'll treat it directly, or you can buy medicine from him and then use the medicine to treat the sickness yourself. Either way, the sickness is being... you have Centaurumon to thank, because he's either treating the sickness himself or selling you the items which is treating the sickness. There's quite a lot of, in the city, there's quite a lot of places that are particularly helpful for a challenge like this. I mean, I've explained about the value that the clinic has, and then the restaurant as well, because of the Digitalmamon food glitch and the benefit that that has with stats. The item bank is something that I've very much made use of in this challenge and will continue to use. And then the item shop as well, you know, I've got the same to say about that. So even though, you know, every recruitment is compulsory, if you want 100 prosperity points, if you want every medal or as many medals as possible, but you know, there are some particular recruits and places that get opened by recruits which are really helpful in a challenge like this. That Goborimon hurt me really badly. He tapped me twice. My arm hurts now. So there's just grade tournaments tomorrow as well. And I do have a bit of a facepalm coming up because of something which I tried, which I thought would work, which didn't work, and then I ended up feeling stupid afterwards as a result of it. You'll notice that I chose not to enter a tournament because there was something that I was trying to do, something that I thought would work and prove to be really beneficial, but it didn't work, and then I ended up feeling really stupid afterwards. I ended up with a massive facepalm, and that's that there was a Digivolution that I tried to make happen ahead of the tournament tomorrow. Tomorrow there was the option of a version 2 tournament, and there was a Digivolution that I tried to make happen ahead of that tournament so that I would be able to compete in the version 2 tournament. I know that Metal Greymon can't compete in the version 2 tournament, but I was trying to digivolve from Metal Greymon to a different Digimon, a Digimon who would be able to compete in the version 2 tournament. You know, the plan was for the torch to get handed over from Metal Greymon to a different Digimon, but it didn't work out. It was a Digivolution which wouldn't have involved Sukamon, a Digivolution which wouldn't have involved Digivolving to Sukamon first. It would have involved Digivolving from Metal Greymon to this Digimon directly. The Digimon in question is Skull Greymon. I had read online that there's a special Digivolution where if you have Metal Greymon as your Digimon and you lose a life, there's a chance that your Digimon, that Metal Greymon, will Digivolve to Skull Greymon. And I came up with the idea of deliberately making Metal Greymon sick with Digi-Seabasses, which you saw when I was in Gigimon's house. And I wanted to lose a life from sickness and Digivolve to Skull Greymon as a result of it, a special Digivolution, and then be able to enter the version 2 tournament with Skull Greymon, a tournament that I hadn't yet entered. Skull Greymon wouldn't have been useful for any techniques. He has battle as his first nature, and we already have every battle technique. And he also wouldn't have been useful for any tournament other than the version 2 tournament, because the nature tournament that he would be able to compete in would be the battle tournament, which we've already won. I don't think that he would be able to compete in either of the special tournaments that we haven't yet won, but he would be eligible for the version 2 tournament, a version tournament that we haven't yet won. And I tried Digivolving from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon in the interest of being able to compete in the version 2 cup. And since we wouldn't have Digivolved to Sukamon while Digivolving from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, the Virus Scourge still would have been only one away from being full, and then we would have been able to have Digivolved to Sukamon soon after, but I couldn't get the special Digivolution to work, no matter how many times I did it, no matter how many times I lost a life. Metal Greymon wouldn't Digivolve to Skull Greymon, and it started to make me wonder if I had been misinformed, if it's not really possible for Skull Greymon to Digivolve, for Metal Greymon to Digivolve to Skull Greymon as a result of a special Digivolution, or if maybe it wasn't possible on my version of the game, or if maybe I was doing something incorrectly. But whatever way you look at it, I wasn't successful with Digivolving from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, even though I did want to. And it then occurred to me that if I was to Digivolve to Skull Greymon, I would have to do it by using a Fatal Bone, the Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Skull Greymon. I would have to have Sukamon as my Digimon, and before that I would have to win an S tournament. I would have to have a Fatal Bone as the prize item for winning the S tournament, and I would have to Digivolve to Sukamon, give it a Fatal Bone, and then Digivolve to Skull Greymon that way. And that would be how I would have to get Skull Greymon in order to compete in a version 2 tournament, if he was to be my choice of Digimon. But I wasn't successful with Digivolving from Metal Greymon to Skull Greymon, so I then decided to Digivolve from Metal Greymon to Sukamon. I rested until Metal Greymon needed the toilet. I then slept, and he then went to the toilet in his sleep, which filled up the virus gorge, and I used a Digi-Seabass to keep him alive, rested, and I digivolved to Sukamon, and that's now who my Digimon is currently, and we are now done with Metal Greymon. And Sukamon is only eligible for the grade tournaments that are available today and tomorrow. I chose to enter the D tournament. I might or might not compete in the D tournament with Sukamon as my Digimon, but I chose to enter it just in case. And my plan is not to digivolve straight from Sukamon to a ultimate Digimon, but to do some work with Sukamon as my Digimon. I would like to encounter Digitamamon at the restaurant and do the Digitamamon food glitch, and have it boost all of my stats and max out my stats as a result of it, because my stats have taken another fall since digivolving to Sukamon. And then I want, so yeah, I want to max out my stats by getting lucky with the restaurant, and I also had techniques on my mind, and yeah, although I will at some point digivolve from Sukamon to an ultimate Digimon, I don't want to do it straight away. I want to try and make some progress while I've got Sukamon as my Digimon. I just trained because I wanted to pass the time until Sukamon's appetite kicks in. It has now kicked in. That's not Digitamamon. That is. That's all of my stats increased. And I always do it at least a second time, because when you eat the first time and then you eat for a second time, the stats that go up the second time can be different to the stats that go up the first time. Even if all of your stats get boosted the first time, it's possible that only half of your stats will get boosted the second time, and then it will continue to only be those stats. So you shouldn't just go by what happens when you eat the first time, but also what happens when you eat the second time, because the results can be different, but in this case they weren't. It continued to be every stat that went up, and I'm now eating until I max out my stats again. That is all of my stats at the maximum. HP and MP are at 9,999. Attack, defense, speed and brains are all at 999. I have entered the D tournament, well, I mean registered for the D tournament just in case I choose to compete in it. I currently only have horizontal kick, and I would like to try and learn some alternate techniques. I would like to take Sukamon to Factorial Town and make a start with trying to learn filth techniques. Now, I don't want to digivolve straight from Sukamon to an ultimate Digimon. I want to make some progress with Sukamon as my Digimon. Ideally, I would like to, do everything that can be done while, when you think of everything that can be done with Sukamon, ideally I would like to do, everything that can possibly be done. But it might not work out that way. I've, maxed out my stats to make Sukamon a lot better, and now I'm going to try and learn some filth techniques. And this Digimon here, Platinum Sukamon, is the Digimon that I'm going to be targeting for the time being. Nothing learned. Well, I'm going to keep trying, and I've chosen for this Platinum Sukamon to be the Digimon to go up against, because he uses the best, well, most powerful filth technique, Ultimate Poop Bomb, which, you know, creates the opportunity for me to learn the most powerful filth technique. Nothing learned again, but that's not going to stop us from trying. I know that my attacks are not doing much damage. Horizontal kick is the only technique that I've got, and it's generally only doing about 70 damage. But my finishes are not too bad. They are doing about 1500. And the finish gorge is filling up at a reasonable pace. Ultimate Poop Bomb isn't the only technique that I can learn from this Platinum Sukamon. He does also use, I think it's Big Poop Toss and Fast Random Poop Throw. So, you know, there is the chance of me learning those techniques as well. It's not great, you know, being restricted to horizontal kick, but once I learn some other techniques, better techniques, I will then be able to do more damage in battles. Fast Random Poop Throw. Yeah, I've got, I think, a fair chance of learning that technique, but Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss are the two hardest filth techniques to learn. I doubt I would use Big Poop Toss even if I was to learn it, but I would definitely use Ultimate Poop Bomb, the most powerful filth technique, and it has an excellent rate of causing flattening. I would also use Fast Random Poop Throw. It's stronger than Horizontal Kick and it can poison. Fast Random Poop Throw. Well, it's not the one that I was primarily set on, but it is more powerful than Horizontal Kick, and there's the possibility of it causing poison, which would go a long way in battles. So it is progress nonetheless, it is an improvement nonetheless. It's not great odds that the only two techniques, the only two other techniques that I will be able to learn from this guy are the two hardest filth techniques to learn, but it would be great if I can, you know, get them out of the way. Not to mention that I would like to be able to use Ultimate Poop Bomb. It seems that Platinum Sukamon struggles to get turns when I use fast random poop throw, and that does mean that I probably should be selective with how I use that technique, because I need Platinum Sukamon to get turns, because I need him to be using Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss in order to have any chance of learning said techniques. This Platinum Sukamon isn't available for battle 24 hours a day. He's only available during daytime. He becomes available at 7 AM, and the last hour in which he will be available is 6 PM. I think it's currently 4 PM, and that means we have less than 3 hours left with this guy being available for battle. Even when this Platinum Sukamon isn't available for battle, we can still try and make progress with learning the filth techniques, because there will be other filth Digimon who I will be able to battle, and there will be other techniques that I will be able to pursue, because there will be other Digimon who will use different techniques, and at the moment it will be techniques I haven't yet learned. We've not made great progress with techniques, well, filth techniques so far. Horizontal kick, well, that came naturally when we digivolved to Numamon earlier in the challenge, and we've learned fast random poop throw. And I'm just getting Sukamon to try and clear up the city a bit by eating the feces that's lying around. So yeah, we're up to 2 filth techniques: horizontal kick, which came naturally, fast random poop throw that we learned, and that's the only technique that we've so far learned from battle. So you know, it's not looking great at the moment, but I chose to return to the city because there is the D tournament which we entered, which we haven't yet competed in. And we're going to be competing in it with Sukamon as our Digimon. That does mean that we're not going to get through this tournament anywhere near as quickly as we were getting through the D tournaments when we were using Ultimate Digimon with much better techniques. You know, we've got maximum stats, but we've only got fast random poop throw and horizontal kick as techniques available to us. The rookie Digimon, their attacks are only going to do 1 damage against us, but they might get finishes which will do you know, a larger amount of damage, and depending on who we're against, there could be the risk of us getting poisoned as well. I know these tournaments would be a much easier, you know, there would be much more of a breeze if we were to digivolve from Sukamon to an Ultimate Digimon, something that I will be doing at some stage, but I want to learn those filth techniques, and because of that I'm staying as Sukamon, and that means that for the time being I'm having to compete in tournaments with Sukamon, even though that's not ideal. well, with the tournament one, I will now be returning to trying to learn filth techniques. All of the filth techniques can be mastered from fighting Digimon at the Factorial Town. Well, having said that, I'm not 100% sure about horizontal kick, but that technique would come free with any Digimon who has filth as their first nature, and I know for certain that the 7 other filth techniques can all be learned from battling Digimon in Factorial Town. We were fighting a Platinum Sukamon, where I was, where there was the possibility of learning Ultimate Poop Bomb, Big Poop Toss, and Fast Random Poop Throw. We learned Fast Random Poop Throw, but haven't learned anything else so far. But during daytime hours, that Platinum Sukamon will be available for more battling, where hopefully we will have more success with our pursuit of Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss. And then there's all of the other filth Digimon, where it will be possible to learn all of the other filth techniques. Those Platinum Sukamons we just passed, I think they use Fast Random Poop Throw, which we've already got, but then also Giant Poop Throw and Skunk Spray, which we don't have. Those yellow Numamons that we just passed, I think they use Skunk Spray and Quick Poop Throw. Same with that yellow Numamon that we just passed. These Platinum Sukamons have the same, I think have the same techniques as the first 2 Platinum Sukamons that we passed. Right, when we wake up, I think it will still be nighttime hours, possibly 4 AM, 3 hours until 7 AM, which is when the daytime Digimon will take over. And against the yellow Numamon here, we can definitely learn some techniques we haven't yet learned. Random Poop Throw. Horizontal Kick, so that can be learned from battles. Nothing learned, unfortunately. And yes, it is 4 AM. The nighttime Digimon will last be available at 6 AM. Gives us a bit of time to try and learn some techniques. That was fast random poop from who already got that. Same with horizontal kick. We don't have random poop throw. Ah, and that was quick poop throw. We don't have that either. Oh, and skunk spray. Don't have that either. Well, from battling these yellow Numamon, there are a few techniques that up for grabs. Random poop throw, quick poop throw, skunk spray, and quick poop throw is one of my favourite filth techniques. It's got the same power as fast random poop throw, but quick poop throw is faster, harder to interrupt, better at interrupting, and costs less MP. It'd be better if both of the yellow Numemons choose to battle me instead of one battling and one running off. If there's two of them, then there's a better chance of techniques being used, which will help with learning techniques. But unfortunately, it seems that we're not always going to have both of them fighting us. These guys must be stronger than the Platinum Sukamons, because they're using attacks which are doing more than 1 damage. Platinum Sukamon only did 1 damage with Ultimate Poop Bomb, and that's the strongest filth technique. These guys are doing more than 1 damage with weaker techniques. Not that it's much of a big deal. Random poop throw hasn't been used yet, I don't think. I don't really want to be defeating them without it being used. Ah, there it is. quick poop throw. That will do very nicely. If my memory is correct, when it comes to learning Ultimate Poop Bomb, Big Poop Toss, and Random Poop Throw, you have to rely on the second half of Factorial Town, which is this half, but then all of the other filth techniques can be learned from fighting Digimon in the first half. That's if you're learning the filth techniques from battles, of course. One thing we can't forget is that we do have a tournament due today, a C tournament, which obviously will be less easy than a D tournament. But there is the question of what techniques will we have ahead of that tournament. Certainly quick poop throw should serve us a lot better than fast random poop throw. There are still 2 techniques that we can learn from battling these guys. Didn't learn either of them in that fight though, but the 2 techniques are Skunk Spray and Random Poop Throw. And then from the Platinum Sukamons of the same area, there are 2 techniques we can learn from them. 2 more, Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss. Random Poop Throw. Is that 4 filth techniques that we're up to now? Horizontal Kick, Fast Random Poop Throw, Quick Poop Throw, Random Poop Throw. Yeah, 4 techniques. Yeah, 4 filth techniques that we've got. 4 more to learn. 3 of them can be learnt in this part of Factorial Town. That leaves Giant Poop Throw, which can be learned in the first half of Factorial Town. And we've now entered the daytime period, and that means that the objective is to battle Platinum Sukamon, hoping to learn Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss. When I think about it, I suppose it was great timing that we managed to learn random poop throw when we did, because that was the last battle of the nighttime period, and had we not learned random poop throw, then we might have had to have waited until the next nighttime period, unless deeper into Factorial Town there are Digimon in the daytime period who use random poop throw, but I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure if giant poop throw can only be learned in the first half of Factorial Town. I know it can definitely be learned in the first half of Factorial Town. I'm not actually sure about the second half, because there is obviously deeper parts of Factorial Town, and I'm not entirely sure which techniques get used in the deeper parts. I know I haven't learned Skunk Spray yet, but I don't have to rely on the second half of Factorial Town for that. Skunk Spray can be learned from the Digimon in the first half of Factorial Town and the second half of Factorial Town. And we best be returning to the city to get Sukamon rested, because the sweat bubble is showing. I'm very confident that you do have to rely on the second half of Factorial Town for Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss. And I'm very confident that, you know, Skunk Spray can be learned from either the first half or the second half. The only one, but I'm not sure about Giant Poop Throw. It can definitely be learned from the first half, I'm just not sure about the second half. And I don't really comment on Horizontal Kick, because you don't really need to learn that from battles. You know, it will, you know, come naturally when you digivolve to a Digimon who has Filth as their first nature. We have seen Horizontal Kick get used by Digimon in the second half of Factorial Town. I'm just not sure about the first half. Well, that's done our energy a high amount of justice. Since we're in the city, I suppose we might as well compete in the tournament here and now. Just a sea tournament shouldn't cause too much trouble. Looks like I can't get a break from fighting Filth Digimon. Now, I seem to recall there being a version 3 tournament tomorrow, which Sukamon is eligible for, and I think that we should register for that tournament. I don't have to rely on Sukamon for the version 3 tournament. I can think of at least one Ultimate Digimon that I'm going to be having in this challenge who is also eligible for the version 3 tournament, and it would be a lot easier to win the version 3 tournament with that Digimon rather than Sukamon. But since the version 3 tournament is available to us and we haven't yet won it, I decided to enter the version 3 tournament even though Sukamon is our Digimon. If we can win it, then that would be another tournament won, which we haven't yet won. It will be another version tournament won, which we haven't yet won. So far, we've only won the version 1 tournament, but it would be nice to get the version 3 tournament out of the way as well. That's why I made the most of the opportunity to, register for it here and now with Sukamon as our Digimon. The version 3 tournament, I imagine, will be harder than the C tournament, but it's not going to be the hardest tournament in the world. It won't be the easiest, but it won't be the hardest, and we've got maximum stats and some filth techniques. We might have more filth techniques by the time that we compete in the tournament. And there is a video of mine where I compete in an S tournament with a Sukamon as my Digimon, and I in fact win the S tournament with Sukamon as my Digimon, and that was without maximum stats. My HP and MP were about 5,000, my attack, defense, speed and brains were about 500. I did have every filth technique at the time, but my stats were about half as good as what they are now. And that wasn't like part of a video series, it was just a one-off video that I did. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm battling these guys, hoping to learn Skunk Spray and Giant Poop Throw. What's annoying about these guys is how quickly and frequently they attack. It makes attacking hard, it makes using finishes hard. Part of change target does Sukamon not understand? Aim for the one who's not poisoned. Battle 1. Have we learned anything? Skunk spray. I was aware that if I had proceeded to the next part of Factorial Town, then there would have been the option of learning skunk spray from the yellow Numemons, but that would have been the only technique left that I could learn from them. Here, against the Platinum Sukamons, there's the option of learning Giant Poop Throw as well as Skunk Spray. Now that I've got Skunk Spray, I'm continuing just for Giant Poop Throw. Ah, cool, they're all poisoned. I know I still have to learn Ultimate Poop Bomb and Big Poop Toss. The focus at the moment is on Giant Poop Throw, and if we can learn it, then that would mean that the last two filth techniques left for me to learn would unfortunately be the two hardest to learn. Ah, giant poop throw. That leaves us with just 2 more, ultimate poop bomb and big poop toss. Unfortunately for us, the 2 hardest filth techniques to learn. The Digimon who I will be aiming to learn the techniques from is the Platinum Sukamon in the second half of Factorial Town, available between 7 AM and 6 PM. It's 5 AM at the moment, about an hour and a half until 7 AM, meaning that he's not available at the moment. And that's why I chose to return to the city. Our money is plenty far enough away from the maximum in order for us to be able to sell the super defense discs. But it's great that we have 6 of the 8 filth techniques. Yeah, it's great that there's only 2 left. The only downside is the fact that they are the 2 hardest filth techniques to learn. But I'm going to be battling a Digimon who is going to be using both of those techniques in battles, and for as long as I'm defeating him, there is going to be the opportunity to learn the techniques. Tiredness is fine, and we are it's about to be 7 AM. It is now. There's the version 3 tournament, which will first be available at 10 AM, but will be available for many hours to come. The Platinum Sukamon will now be available for battle at the Factorial Town. We're gonna be fighting just 1 Digimon at a time. No need for fast random poop throw. That's most ideal for when you're up against multiple targets. Giant poop throw and quick poop throw should serve us just fine. And ideally, we will learn both techniques before the tournament, because then we can be done with learning the filth techniques, win the version 3 tournament, and be done with that as well. But let's not hold our breaths. We are trying to learn the two filth techniques that are hardest to learn, and we have already, defeated the Platinum Sukamon multiple times and haven't yet learned either of the two techniques. We learned fast random poop throw from him, but we are still chasing the last two filth techniques. Now, while I do think that filth is quite a fun nature, it's no stretch to the imagination that it's not the best nature. I would say that filth and battle are the two worst natures in this game. And I do feel like some of the filth techniques are quite repetitive. Quick poop throw, random poop throw, and fast random poop throw. I kind of feel like that's just the same technique but used differently. I feel the same way about giant poop throw and big poop toss. I do feel like filth could have been done a bit more justice by the techniques being less repetitive, to have the techniques being a bit more different to each other. Whatever happens between now and the version 3 tournament, at least I know that I've got giant poop throw and quick poop throw. I should be able to win the tournament easily enough, even if I don't learn any other techniques between now and then. Just basing that on the stats that I've got and the techniques that I've currently got. I've already said that big poop toss is a technique that I've got no intention on using during battles. Ultimate poop bomb would be a good technique to use though, because it's the most powerful filth technique, and also how prone it is to causing flattening. I can think of quite a lot of techniques in this game which I think that no one in their right mind would use. But if you want the medal for learning every technique, then obviously you have to learn every technique, regardless of how rubbish you might consider the technique to be. You don't have to, you know, use techniques in order to be presented with the medal, you just have to learn them. And I say, with the techniques that you think are awful, just learn them and never use them. Well, we're not having a great deal of luck so far, but I suppose that's to be expected. Still got plenty more hours of the daytime period left. Plenty more hours of this guy being available for battle. Let's not overlook the tournament, of course, version 3 tournament. We continue to have no luck. But we keep persevering. That's all we can do. Our brains is at 999, which I think means that we are unable to learn techniques by training brains. Once your brains gets to 999, I think you then can't learn any more techniques by training brains, and that you would need your brain stat to go down in order to be able to learn anything by training brains. Point being, we have to keep battling if we are to learn these last two techniques. Well, when we first started challenging the Platinum Sukamon, back when we only had horizontal kick, the battles were a lot more time consuming. Now they are a lot less time consuming due to us having superior techniques. But the most important thing we are failing at, that is to actually learn techniques. Well, these two in particular, anyway. Well, I'm not going to lie, I'm not enjoying this very much. I'm not enjoying the fact that I'm failing to learn the last two techniques, and I'm having battles that I'm gaining nothing from. But what can you do? I have to get lucky eventually, right? Big Random Poop Throw. So it's not called Big Poop Toss, or whatever I was calling it. Big Random Poop Throw. That's now 7 of the 8 techniques, leaving only Ultimate Poop Bomb. Can we make it 2 from 2? No. Well, after having so many unsuccessful attempts to learn either technique, I suppose we were due some good luck, which we did get when we learned Big Random Poop Throw. And after learning Big Random Poop Throw, maybe now we are due bad luck again. Well, unfortunately we need to leave it there for the time being, because There's a tournament that I would like to be entering. We need to time the tournament so that it works out, so that ideally we are entering the tournament just before the hour in which we are due to fade away. Have the tournament take us forward by 6 hours, and then use a Digi-C Bash straight after the tournament, and then we've got another 3 hours at least. And we also need to be careful with tiredness levels. You can only have so many battles without resting before tiredness becomes a problem. And since waking up, we have had quite a lot of battles. But here we go for the version 3 tournament. A tournament we haven't yet won. See, there are 2 ultimate Digimon in total. One of them is Etamon, who we could meet in the final. The other is Guromon, who we are up against first. I have a feeling Filth works pretty well against Machine, which works for me. He's only doing 1 damage, so unless he has full power, he's not going to be able to do anything much to us. Machine doesn't like Filth, I wonder what this will do. Not bad. $2,700 for party time, that's not bad going at all. Go on, Shellmon, knock out the only other ultimate. Never rely on Shellmon for anything. But it's probably a better thing that Centauromon won, on the basis that he has a better chance of defeating Etamon. Come on, Centaurimon, give me an easy fight. Seems you also can't rely on Centaurimon for anything. Fine, it's Sukamon against Sukamon's Digivolved form, Etamon. Etamon is the only Digimon that Sukamon can naturally Digivolve to. We can now add the version 3 tournament to the list of version tournaments that have been won. Version 1 and version 3, leaving version 2, version 4 and version 0. My maths is correct. We are 2/5 of the way with the version tournaments. Tournaments for tomorrow, only grade tournaments. We will enter the D tournament. We need to be winning as many tournaments as possible, as quickly and frequently as possible. Yeah, we need to be, having as many championship wins as quickly and frequently as possible. The Platinum Sukamon in Factorio Town, who we are going to be battling for Ultimate Poop Bomb, I believe he is only available during the daytime hours. I believe that the Ultimate Poop Bomb is a technique that can only be used against you in battle during the daytime hours. It was 7 PM, which was the first hour of the nighttime hours. We've slept until 4 PM. It's now 3 hours until the daytime period starts. If we rest at the clinic, then we can pass the time a bit, and if we go to Factorial Town, then go to Factorial Town when the time is right, and before that we need to actually be giving sea basses to Sukamon in order to be keeping him alive. Okay, it's 6 AM, 1 hour, until the daytime period gets replaced by the nighttime period. It's about, well, it's not much more than half an hour until 7 AM. If we just start making our way now, then by the time that we make it to the area, hopefully it will be 7 AM, or at least be very close to being 7 AM. We are starting to get low on time though, and I say that because there's the D tournament today, which is fine, but then tomorrow there's the version 4 tournament, and that's followed by the winged tournament, both of which are tournaments that we haven't yet won. And I would like to, well, the next ultimate Digimon that I plan to have is a Digimon who qualifies for both of those tournaments, version 4 tournament and winged tournament, and that means that I do want to be finishing with Sukamon sooner rather than later, because by the absolute latest of, battle here, by the absolute latest of tomorrow, I'm going to need to move on to the next ultimate Digimon that I plan to use. Right, since we've gotten that pointless battle out of the way, we can we now move on to a battle that actually has the potential to be productive. Okay, we're only about 30 minutes into 7 AM, only about 30 minutes into the daytime period, meaning that this Sukamon is going to be here for a long time. When I saw the text, I started to get my hopes built up, thinking that maybe I had learnt Ultimate Poop Bomb, but instead it was just text saying about a medicine being dropped. Ultimate Poop Bomb sure is proven to be a very stubborn technique in this challenge, especially out of the filth techniques. I am going to ensure that I do definitely learn Ultimate Poop Bomb. If I am not successful with learning it within a reasonable time span, then I will reload and try again. I saved at Digimon's house before coming here. If I don't learn Ultimate Poop Bomb, I will reload and try again. I am definitely going to learn Ultimate Poop Bomb. I'm going to make sure of it.